Okay, guys, if you're still with me, we're back. And sorry that took a minute. I had to make myself a cup of coffee and so on and so forth. Things of this nature. So I'll wait till everybody gets in here and we'll restart this, or we'll finish this documentary, which is a really awesome documentary. Jenn got some Sonic, so she's
I'm
enjoying.
eating, so I'm muted.
You're not muted. Wait. Let me see. Oh, I got to make a new browser for you.
Oh no, I'm saying I muted myself
No,
on
I'm
my end.
glad you spoke because I have you.
Oh, am I
You're
muted?
not coming through
Oh,
on the
great.
broadcast. Surprise. Hold on. Let's see.
we had such a good run, and then all of a
We were
sudden
doing
something
so
had to
well.
happen.
Yeah. Let me
I
see.
know, I know.
Where's the browser window? It's the same link, so I'll just copy the link and put it in
Yeah,
the.
I just clicked the same link.
No,
I did it
I'm putting
already.
the same link for you in a new browser because it's just it's
Oh,
fussy that way. It just wants a new browser, I think. So here we go. And control and yes. And paste. And okay. Okay, let me see now. Say something.
something.
Where'd it go? Was that a new browser? That was a new browser, wasn't it? Hold on, let me try one more time. I'm sorry. Where is
Okay.
Ninja on this? Hey, Louis Vallis, how's it going, man? Nice to have you, or ma'am. And Lala here woke up. Sorry about the delay, guys. I had to get some coffee and all those types of things. All right, so let me see where Ninja went. Did I close the window? I might have. We're having trouble getting Jenn back on. Where are you, Jenn? Ninja. It's got to be. I forgot where I put it. No, it's not on there. It should be right here. Maybe I'll make you a new link. I'll just
Yeah.
make you a new link. That'll be the easiest. Uh, is this an important story? Let me see. Okay, that was the one we already discussed. So I'll go to Ninja. Bear with me. Let everybody get up in here. Um, Twiz, what are you doing, bro? You playing some Rocket League over there? Eating some ice cream? Huh? Let's see here. Create a room, and we'll call this Nunya. And that's good. Go to the control center. Ding dong, ding dong. Gotta customize it. You guys are following along at home, right? Playing the home game. Let's see what we got here. Boom, boom, ba-dum, boom, boom, boom. Come on back. Don't give me trouble. All right, and then customize. Let's see. Ask for display name. Didn't do that. Show display name. Show active speakers. That coffee I made smells good too. Mini self preview. Guest CHG video. Disable self display. I think that was everything we needed. Okay. And then invite saved to cookie. Oh, I guess we could do that. All right. So there's your link. Let me. Okay. Copy link. Send to Jenn. I have to hide my email, or otherwise Echoes is gonna get upset. So
Okay, so
here.
I'm gonna click out of this. I'm gonna lose you for a second, right? And then go to
Um,
the link.
we'll just open a new browser window or tab, and
Okay.
it's gonna go to your email. So if you can do that, um, I'm
Okay,
sending
just
you.
give me 1 second.
Yep, I'm sending it to you right now. There it is. Okay, so join as soon as you can there. Um, this is the one I just created. Yep, I think. Yeah, hopefully. Did I do the wrong one? This is which one is it?
Okay. Oh, I just got it. All right,
Does
hold
it
on one
say
second.
Jenn or does it say Nunya?
No, it says none. Yeah.
It does. Okay, so I'm on the wrong page. Hold on. I think now I can close that later. Are you in?
Hold on.
Thanks for bearing with us, guys. I appreciate it. Louis, nice to have you with us. It's asking for a name now, huh?
Yeah. You must click something different because this time it doesn't give me the option to join a microphone. It's
Oh wait.
it's something different than
guest joins with no camera. Let me resend you the link then.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I just closed that window. Where are you?
Maybe that was the issue last time because I was just joining with the camera, but then I was blocking my camera. I don't know. Whatever.
That could have been.
Yeah.
I get lost in all this stuff here. Okay, I'm going to send you a new link right now. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Hopefully everybody's back with us now. Thank you for coming in and your patience with my technical expertise here. Okay, now it should go. This one should be good. Let's see. Get rid of that. And which one are we doing first? I'm doing the end of that video, so I need that window. Okay. 3. And I don't need that window. Okay, which one? That one. Okay, we're going to get right back into this video here as soon as Jen's in the room. All right, is that working for you? Yep, there you are. Okay, gotcha. Close that. New browser window. Cool. Here we go. Oh, so much work goes into a show. Jen, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but do I have to close this old one out?
You don't have to, I don't think. But you should be in now. Let me see what you get.
All right. So let me.
Okay. It's now showing browser where we got that one. And okay, go ahead and talk. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay. There you are. Much better. It was echoing for a second there. So that was probably a good call. All right, guys. So we could do this. All right. We were in this guy's name now. Let me make sure I get it right. Is Casper West. And we've been watching it up to this point. He's been saying more or less everything we've gone through point for point tonight. So I want to commend him on finding all this on his own without a Jen like I have. So let's see what happens here, Jen, when we play this.
Surfaced and caused controversy. Staben had long-standing tensions with several issues, including sexual harassment and funding for football, after 2 female athletes made complaints of a football member harassing them and touching them inappropriately. The woman said that Coach Spear did not treat the situation seriously, in which Chuck placed Spear on a 60-day administrative leave. Also, the university's former diving coach, Jim Sutherland, was placed on leave after university officials learned he received an interim suspension from USA Diving for an alleged improper sexual relationship between him and a female diver in 2010. Spear, the athletic director, ended up being terminated and sued Staben, claiming he ran a smear campaign against him. According to court documents.
So right there you see, there are consequences to breaking the rules of the order.
Spear alleged that Staben retaliated against him because he had voiced concerns to several people about derogatory remarks Staben was said to have made towards women. Spear alleged the statements made by Staben were false and misleading. Idaho ended up settling with Spear for $94,756.57 plus attorney fees. Idaho spokesperson Jody Walker stated that the offer of judgment admits no wrongdoing. However, Staben and Spear declined to comment on this judgment. If this happened to Spear because of retaliation, who else could this happen to? As Staben left the seat, here came Scott Green to take his seat as student body president. He was also a fraternity member of the Kappa Sigma.
Vandal community, please help me welcome the 19th president of the University of Idaho, Scott Green.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now, Heather did mention that the previous president was only there for 3 or 4 months, and that's interesting.
Yeah, I have a bunch of info on him. That's a whole other. I mean, listen, if anyone had a motive, I would. He did. He took like hundreds of thousands of dollars, like multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars pay cut. If someone would want to, knock Scott Green off his high horse, that's a way to do it. He was known for saying all kinds of messed up things about women and just a real butthole.
Yeah, they paid him a ton of money to come over from his current position, right?
You talking about Scott?
To take the position. They always had to bribe him to come do it.
I don't know, but I know that he's making like $400,000 or something like that.
As before, he was making millions at the company he was at previously.
Well, I was just looking up actually the on the Wikipedia, which we can look at after this video is over, but the Wikipedia for Scott, and I didn't realize that he purchased the University of Phoenix purchase was with a company that makes like billions of dollars a year. I forget the name. I have to look it up again.
It was through his old company. He funneled funds.
Oh, that was it. I didn't know
his
it was
old company that he left. And so the whole thing all the way around is just 100%. This is put some hands in the chat for this video for the find. Was this you that found this, Jen?
Yeah, Casper West. He really should have way more subscribers because he's really good. All his videos are really great.
This is great.
I posted the link to his channel. I'll post it again.
To say I couldn't have put it better myself, is an understatement. And he's got the video and the documents to prove everything he's saying. So hopefully you can get on board Team Twiz here and follow along with us, and we'll see where it goes, guys. I think that it's going to be irrefutable by the time it's all said and done. We have too much in our hands right now to let it slip through. So it's got to continue. And I appreciate everyone being here. Heather, put some hands in the chat for Casper and Jen here for this find. This is actually more than I even expected tonight. And I still have all the goofy, fun stuff for you, too. And I have some really great stories also. So if you don't mind hang out with us. We love having you here. And Jen, just so you know, I know you're eating your Sonic. She's got a Philly cheese and a banana milkshake.
A banana milkshake. I'm done.
But you are on the same channel as the video we're playing. So I will have to pause it for everybody to be able to hear you, but it's working. I'm not gonna question it, and you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So just so you know. So enjoy your sandwich. Okay, back to the video. Here we go, guys. Thank you for being with us, and I appreciate being here.
Idaho, go, go, go.
Similar to the Bermuda Triangle, there's a triangular lock on this town and university. So many students missing, suspicious deaths that are listed as no foul play, lies, and many more. If one finds themselves in the crosshairs, there's no telling what they can do. When a group of physicians gathered in Washington State for an annual meeting, one made a startling revelation. If you ever want to know when, how, and where to kill someone, I can tell you, and you'll get away with it. No problem. I will explain more in part 3. It's Casper West here, signing out.
Wow, fantastic video, you guys. That was just, I love the Bermuda Triangle reference too. That's a clincher, because it's like I'm saying, you got to keep it in that circle of trust, y'all. And we have one big one here. It's a whopper. So I'm gonna go on with my thing here while Jenn eats, and let's see what I found in the last couple days here. Let's see, where did I leave off on this page? We can see everything. Yep. All right, and there's more. Okay, so this was that one. I'm gonna close this one out now for good. Do we need that? I may have OSB on it. I'm not gonna close it. But let's see. Can you see that? Okay, so this is my big boy. We got a few into this, and I think we were around here. Yep. And we had... I don't remember this one. Let's check it out. I didn't close them, Jenn. I minimized it. These bridges have become more popular, and they have them where they're kind of like Legos, and they're set up. They're like those little kid pads that people put down, you know, and they go out to sea, and they roll with the waves here. But hang on, I got your moment of Zen coming up.
Hold on a second. Everybody has to be very quiet for this to work, I would assume. Would you actually try? The energy's different in here? All right, somebody, whoever's a dickhead, leave. Whoever's not going to be good energy about this. Do you get to pick or choose, or do I get to pick and choose who you would talk to on the other side? Or it's just whoever's like surrounding me, I guess. You could do either? Oh man, this is either going to be sad or very funny, but you know, I pray to my grandpa before every single show. Just because, I mean, he came to like every show ever. Here's the thing. You could just tell me, just not right here if you don't want to do it, or if you're open to it, I'm down. Totally your call. I'm not going to force you to do it. I'm not going to put you on the spot. My grandpa said to get a real... That's so some shit he would say. Are you fucking... Hey, it's going pretty fucking well, dog. Oh, man. That's so some shit he would say, too. God damn. Hold on a second. Everybody has to be very quiet.
I was playing that for Trish and Echoes of Clarity. I think I don't know if she's back in this chat or not, but I wanted her to see that. I thought she'd think it was neat. The landscaper from Extreme Makeover, Home Edition, has passed away also. He was stabbed. He was 58 years old. He was treated at Desert Regional Medical Center. They responded to significant injuries. He was transported in serious but stable, and it says there is no word on cause of his death, but he was stabbed. So I'm sure that had something to do with it. They caught the guy, Richard Joseph Gonzalez, and I thought it was of interest. They don't go into the motive or anything else at this point right now, but if you watch that show, Ty and him were very close, so that's a sad story.
This Price is Right contestant is about to shock everyone with his unusual strategy.
Exactly $21.48.
His bid is $21.48. That's an interesting bid. How did you settle on $21.48?
I seen that on there last week, and that was the exact price. I know that's what it is.
As he made his bid, everyone started laughing at him, but the guy was dead serious. And as the next person was up, you can hear Bob still joking about his bid.
What do you bid, Scott? Why bid at all? He has the exact price.
But after everyone made their bid, it was time for Bob to reveal the correct answer, which left everyone shocked.
Michael is already leaping around down there. He says he's got it. Now we'll just find out whether you got it or not. First number is 2. 2,148. You got it exactly right.
This price is
Are you kidding me, my man? He did his homework. That's for damn sure, Snow Ray. Good stuff right there. So if you were a rich, spoiled brat, that would be you. She looks like she's never had to worry about anything in her life. She's like, just concentrate on shifting gears. Look at how that thing shifts, though. It's so cool. Look at her, watch her hand. She got it right to the numbers, too. And I'm assuming that's a Lambo. Yeah, it's a Lamborghini Hurricane Evo. Okay, so it's an electric hybrid, probably. Sounds very nice. Someday.
Is your husband black?
He was.
He was. Did you wash him? I'm kidding. Oh, that one's not going online for sure. There's no way. That was pretty fucked. He passed. No. He's still black, right? Divorced. He was your husband. You got to work on how you say this story. Hold on. Did you say Did you just say your husband died last night?
No, last May.
Last May. Oh, you just said it southern. Last May. And second husband, white?
Yes.
Oh, you do go back. Okay. We're making a comeback.
I was hoping Echoes would be in here for that one too. He said it country. We were in her chat the other day. If you weren't there, she's like, sometimes I forget that I'm talking to proper speaking people. So we're us folks are mostly the proper speaking people. And she also said that money ain't no time machine. You can't go, but you can get all you want and you're gonna go back in time with it. So I called her her money time machine. Anyway.
Hi, what was the name?
There was no name, actually. I can't tell you that.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. They actually put your name down as Mask Man.
Yeah, that's what I told him because I can't have anyone knowing who what my actual name is, my identity is. Yeah, this is just my job uniform.
Yeah.
You guys accept tips around here?
That's it. Keep your money. Keep your money.
Oh no, this isn't my money actually. Don't worry, I'm not worried about it.
What? No, keep your money. No.
No, I'm serious. I tipped everyone back there too.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You did not.
I did.
I can't take that.
Yeah, you can.
Like so much
She could take it.
Why? What's going on? Wait, no, I feel like I'm gonna get killed after this.
Oh no, you're not.
Sure?
Yeah, this is my money. I promise.
No.
I'm serious.
Why?
I'm going around tipping everybody. It's okay. I'm in a good mood.
Oh my god, why?
We had a really, really successful heist. Okay, I just feel like giving back. The bank had terrible security. Honestly, I was really nice about it. Nobody was harmed. No hostages. No one's after me.
Something happens to us, we're coming for you.
Well, I don't think you'll be able to find me because.
You never know.
Bye.
Oh, bye. Hi, what was the
Alright, let's see. Okay, this is Swamp Rose, and I've been saying this over and over and over, that, let me turn my volume up if I can here, that they do have drones in Moscow. All police departments have them. They have the cameras that are attached to the drones, and they're watching what the citizens are doing at all times. Whether or not there was now, It's alleged by the police that these drones are using cameras, but they're not allowed to record. Yeah, right. Now, the FBI, it's very well known since well before 2000, uses planes to fly over and has cameras that can see into your house. They've had it for quite some time. And they can see how much money you have by the strips in the money. And they can see rugs. They can see activities. And they're constantly flying over. And you'll see them. They're usually single-engine Cessnas, or you'll have a Saratoga, depending on the level of your town. And now, Swamp Rose had this video that is right up my alley. And I hadn't really talked about the FBI planes, but I do see them all the time. And so let's listen to what she has to say. Or not. Maybe this is this a picture that got taken down? Oh, this is a members only. I lost my membership today, so we can't watch it. But I just thought it was interesting that she did a show on that. So happy plucking. All right.
Eerie new footage from the U.S. Coast Guard reveals the discovery of the Titan submersible's tail cone. It's being released as part of the Coast Guard's Marine Board of Investigation's hearing that's examining what led to the implosion and catastrophic loss of the vessel in June 2023 that killed all 5 people who were in it. Descending off the coast of Newfoundland to explore the wreck of the Titanic, the submersible went missing, and it was this video that led to the conclusive evidence of the loss of the Titan. New testimony from David Lockridge, who is the former director of marine operations for OceanGate, reveals he had no confidence whatsoever in the vessel's construction. Eerie new footage.
So I've been talking about that, and there it is, finally, the footage of the tragedy that happened. 4 or 5 more lives claimed to the Titanic, guys, right? And I had a video, and I wasn't sure if I could play it or not, so I didn't include it, of what the deterioration of looks like on the Titanic over the years, and it's amazing how it's falling apart. So the wreck will not last forever. Eventually, it'll be gone.
Alright guys, we got word that there's a crazy pipe right next to this creek and there's cold air blowing out of the pipe. We're gonna go check out where the pipe leads.
All right, look, all the water's going down here. But that formation is just pulsing.
So I was saying that's one of the ones from the other night, where I cut it short a little bit. Johnny Knapp, how are you? Mrs. Johnny Knapp, very nice to see you. And this is actually under 1122 right here. So the tunnels are true. I'm just kidding. It's very interesting to know, Ray. Now this could be a whole show, and I wouldn't mind doing a show on it. And now that she's brought it up, I think I will. The Titanic did not sink. And I think this is the common theory now, is that the Olympic was the sister ship of the Titanic. And it was almost identical to the Titanic, other than that it had, I think, 3 smokestacks as opposed to 4. And what happened was it got in an accident. And to avoid insurance complications or whatever, they substituted, the White Star substituted the Olympic for the Titanic and just switched over the plateware and changed the name on the side. And when the Titanic, allegedly the Titanic, pulled up to port, it pulled in starboard. And allegedly, there's a picture showing the side of the Titanic. There was a fire already burning when they pulled up to pick up the passengers in New York City. And we're glad you're here, Johnny Knapp. Welcome in. And so what happened, a lot of people say that is what caused the disaster. The Olympic instead of the Titanic sunk. And you'll find, if you look into it, that some of the owners or the wealthier people canceled at the last minute, knowing what was going on. So it's a very deep rabbit hole, and I'd love to go into that with you guys. And put a 473 in the chat if you want me to do a show on that someday. This is something I played the other day, and I'll play it again.
Tactical camera is about to change everything for the military, law enforcement, and first responders. I'm Kurt the Cyber Guy. Follow me at cyberguy.com. That's where my newsletter is free. Now, it's called the Pit Viper 360. It's a grapefruit-sized ball that provides instant 360-degree thermal imaging of dangerous situations. Tough enough to be rolled, thrown, or deployed by robot, it's designed for versatile use. The Pit Viper 366 thermal imaging cores detect heat signatures of people and machines, giving crucial intel without risking lives. It delivers real-time, stabilized video with low latency, even in complete darkness. This compact powerhouse also relays audio and enables two-way communication. The Pit Viper 360 is set to launch next year. More crazy cool tech like this at cyberguy.com. Are you getting my newsletter? Get it for free by clicking the red button.
Okay, so that's just another tool in the arsenal there where they can see.
Hi, I'm Severe Weather Team 2 meteorologist Ebony Dion, and let's.
And just more you have to consider with law enforcement. Now, our key researcher here, Bubbly Waters, has mentioned that Kane is in charge of the drone program. Isn't that ironic? Another coincidence. Kwinky dink, kwinky dink, kwinky dink. And wow. So thankfully she can vet that I'm not totally in left field about them having a drone program, as I know every police department does now. The beautiful drones, and they're going to get stronger, and the robots are coming, guys. We didn't talk about the boss-son dynamic. I know Twiz loves that subject, and I'll have him on as a guest if he'll come when we do a strictly drone show, and maybe I'll combine that with the Titanic show, if he would like. So let's see what here.
Excuse me, this is your car. What? Don't touch my car, please. Yeah. This is not your car, honey.
Can we go for a ride?
Oh, you want a ride?
Please.
Wow, you know what? You are very cute. You want two of you?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, sit on each other, of course. Okay. Yeah, sit on each other. Excuse me, this is your car. What? Don't touch my car, please. Yeah.
That's funny. I ain't saying she a gold digger. All right.
I don't have any bills now. I bought this little shed for $8,000. I made it into a house. Check out the inside. It's not finished just yet. The house is completely off-grid, so electricity comes only from these solar panels. But I don't have any bills now. I bought this little shed for...
It's not a bad little shack if you can make the most
I made it into
out
a
of
house. Check out the inside.
If it'll hold up. Now, there was a earthquake, guys, in South Carolina today, 2.7, I think, that shook them. I'm going to guess this is Tennessee or something like that.
Not finished just yet.
The living conditions aren't the
house
best.
Is
but it's not squalor, but he's got a nice little outhouse. Or is a cistern or whatever. I don't know that it'd be a cistern with a roof on it. But for $8,000, you're off the grid. You know what I mean? He's got some solar panels. He's living it up.
There's an epic arcade along the beautiful California coastline, and they have a rotating collection of nearly 100 pinball machines. Lynn's Arcade is a super cool pinball parlor located in Seaside, California, near Monterey and Carmel by the sea. They have an eclectic selection of pinball machines, from classic electromechanical pins to modern-day Sterns and everything in between. There's always approximately 40 machines on the floor in their 2,600 square foot facility, and they are constantly rotating them to keep things fresh, selecting machines from their large personal collections. They also have an impressive selection of canned craft beers, a thriving pinball league, and tournaments. For more information on Lynn's, you can follow them on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or Twitch. What's your favorite arcade that you'd like me to spotlight in a future video?
That's the Quarter Drop Arcade. He's almost done with his remodel. He's got a historic building that he's turning into this awesome arcade. He's a collector. He's an aficionado. And he is in like Arizona, Utah, or actually Oregon or something like that. And when I plan to go to the trial, I'm gonna pop in and give him a visit and have a nice day playing video games there with him. So yeah, he's got some great videos on the old arcade games that, I mean, literally some of his videos have brought a tear to my eye, remembering, you know, what it was. Just it kind of brings back the fond memories of being a kid, and Three Musketeers was $0.25, and you got a soda, you know, out of the fountain for 50 cents or whatever, and that was a Friday night. You know, you had your $10 allowance, get you some snacks, and play Asteroids or Donkey Kong or something. If anybody remembers those days, put a 412 in the chat. If anybody has any nostalgic memories of video games like that. But it also reminded me of my dad. He used to take us to Malibu Grand Prix, and they had the go-karts, and we would do that. And he even took me one time to fly a biplane over here at Albert Whitehead Airport, and I got to fly and do loop-to-loops in the airplane, and I almost finished my private pilot license. I went to the school for it. I never got licensed, but I did all the landings, and I had to do a solo flight, and you had to rent a plane and stuff, and so I didn't take the final test, but I could fly a plane. But the biplane was by far the funnest experience of my life. Just that one handle, and you're going upside. It was a blast, man. He was laughing the whole time. We had a really good time. So anyway, that's the Quarter Drop Arcade. Check them out if you want. It's in Seaside, California. No, that's the one he's talking about. I forget where he is. I'm sorry. I'll if I remember, if somebody wants to look it up and put a link in the chat, that'd be great. Quarter Drop. Yeah, this guy.
We continue to follow breaking news out of Greensboro. The son of the man who's accused of attempting to assassinate former President Donald Trump now facing serious charges of his own. Orrin Ruth, son of Ryan Ruth, just appeared in federal court within the last hour and a half on charges of possessing child sexual abuse images. He was arrested this week after investigators found hundreds of files of child sexual abuse material in his possession while searching his Greensboro home. Our crew is in the courtroom, and they say that Ruth showed no emotion as if he faced a judge this afternoon. Welcome to the Fox 8 4 o'clock news.
So yeah, he's a winner. That's the son of the guy that tried to take out the president in
We're at the iconic Eisbach River Wave here in Munich, Germany. We're going to take you POV surfing and skimboarding with the new Osmo Action 4. This camera is making this wave look really pretty in the nice evening lighting right now. So yeah, we're gonna go hop on a couple of waves. Some of the locals here.
Look at how pretty this place is. Blair's gonna follow me into the river, and then I'm gonna follow him into the river. We'll see who gets a better clip.
Gary's next.
Here we go.
All right.
I don't want to try.
You should. I think you can pull that. Oh! You started a trend.
You almost got shown up.
Cool.
Try with the 54?
Yeah, try with the 54.
So anyway, those are the Beefs guys. This is another channel that they have. This dude is considered one of the best skimboarders in the world. He travels the world all the time, goes to the openings of all kinds of wave pools, Dubai, Saudi Arabia. They're really cool guys. I love their channel. Beefs, or Raw Beefs. And I play a lot of their stuff on here. Usually they have the remote control guy, and that's what I was searching for while you were watching. The little remote control surfer. I know it's in here, but it's only for a blip, and I wasn't able to find it. But it's hilarious to see the little half-inch tall or 1 foot tall surfer on these standing waves. It's fun. Okay, anyway, so I skipped one. I think that was it. Okay, yeah, that was it. Okay.
Rare Historical Photos, Part 5. A street salesman in Japan, 1920. New Yorkers gather in Central Park to witness the 3,500-year-old Egyptian obelisk being assembled. A stunning view from the top of the World Trade Center's famous restaurant, 1985.
Look at that. Just the thought of the people that had to jump. I mean, you know what's going through your mind. I'm jumping off the tallest building or whatever. We all remember in elementary school what would happen if you dropped a penny and that kind of thing. It's horrible. And there's a new video out that was in somebody's closet, believe it or not, of those events of that day happening from like ground zero perspective. So if you want to look into that further, I would just type in new video 9/11. And it was too hard to watch for me, so I did not include that. But this is really amazing.
Lady workers crafting cameras in Canon Camera Factory, Japan.
I wondered, I'm watching this because my dad was a photographer, and he gave me his Canon. And I wondered, I was like, this is the AE1 that I had. And I wonder if my camera was in one of these, in this shot somewhere. Wouldn't that be funny?
1959. A photograph of two prisoners sweeping a street in Washington, D.C., 1909. Chicago, 1948. A man begs for his wife's forgiveness inside a tense divorce court. The last known photo of the Titanic before its ill-fated voyage.
Pretty crazy right there.
That's how girls used to play before the arrival of the cell phone in 1900. Can you guess who this famous woman is from her mysterious smile? Believe it or not, children could be mailed under 50 pounds with stamps on their clothes before 1900s.
So you used to be able to mail children. I don't know. I don't want to say how far we've come. That's definitely not mailing children is a step in the right direction. Now, in those days, did you have to worry about your child going missing? No. People had 8, 9, 10 children. They didn't need any more. They didn't want to, and there wasn't these psychos out there grabbing them for whatever nefarious purposes that we know of necessarily. For the most part, people trusted enough to send your child with a postage stamp through the mail. And that's much easier travel than putting them on a plane nowadays.
Martin Joe Lorello, known as the human owl, Martin could rotate his head 180 degrees for crowds and sideshows.
Okay, how creepy is that? Imagine you're standing behind the guy, ask him a question, and he cranes his neck around like that.
Rare historic.
Okay. That's in Alaska. They do this every year. They launch the POS cars off of the cliff. I guess they put like a brick on the accelerator or whatever, and they try to make it to this lake, I guess, whatever, and that's the goal. So it's a big event every year in Alaska.
My brother's room has a secret door. Let's see this. I love secret doors, man. They're the coolest thing. Oh, a bookshelf. A bookshelf door, okay. Dude, why is this kid's room like bigger than my house, bro? A guest house? This man's got a whole house in his room? What? My brother's room has a secret door. Let's see this. I love secret doors, man. They're the coolest thing. Oh, a bookshelf. A bookshelf door, okay. Dude, why is this kid's room like bigger than my house, bro? A guest house? This man's got a whole house in his room? What? My brother's room has a secret door. Let's see this. I love secret doors, man. They're the coolest thing. Oh, a bookshelf.
I love this door, and I when I was working at Guitar Center, I would do side jobs for people, and this one lawyer had us come out, and he wanted to set up a recording studio. He had all these beautiful guitars, so he couldn't play a note. But one of he had his little office there on 19, and off US 19, and the office was small. It was a conference room and a greeting center, and that was about it. But then he had a secret door that he bought off eBay that he put in that went to this big, huge area that we turned into a recording studio. So
Shelf.
That's what
a bookshelf door, okay. Dude, why is this kid's room like bigger than my house, bro? A guest house? This man's got a whole house in his room?
That is insane. I wish I had an extra guest house behind the door.
Some tragic news tonight in Simi Valley. That's where a mother of 5 is brutally stabbed to death by her boyfriend.
And sadder still, her children witnessed that attack. Rachel Menitoff joining us live in Simi Valley tonight, where she spoke with some of those grieving family members. Rachel?
Rick, Karine, good evening to you both. This is a story that has touched so many people because they either know someone who has been the victim of domestic violence or they themselves have been victimized. Jessica Tinoco was a loving mother and devoted her life to her kids. Unfortunately, there was no indication that she was in a dangerous situation until it was too late.
I love my baby's mom, and she was a good mom. She's always been there for my kids, She's always took care of my daughters.
She was such a beautiful person, so loving. Anyone she came across, she was willing to help them if they needed help.
She always said how proud she was of me and how happy she was to see me grow up and how much she looked at me like a little sister.
The abundance of love and adoration felt for Jessica Tinoco in her short but impactful 34 years of life is evident when you talk to her cousins, her aunt, and her dearest friends. Motherhood was her passion, her creativity and spunk seen in and around her Simi Valley home, currently covered in Halloween decorations.
She loved her kids. She loved kids in general.
Why is it always the good ones, right? Always seems to be that way. It's so sad. And you'll find that when people are using a knife, it's either a crime of convenience or something personal. Okay? And you'll hear that from any police officer in interviews that they do over and over and over again. So always keep that in mind.
What if I told you Insane was working 50 hours a week in some office for 50 years, at the end of which they tell you to piss off, ending up at some retirement village, hoping to die before suffering the indignity of trying to make it to the toilet on time? Wouldn't you consider that to be insane? What if I told you...
Something to think about.
Ready or not, here I come now. Let's play hide and seek. Prepare to be caught. Here I come now. Let's play hide and seek. Riding home, up my ground. No one dares to make a sound. Run around and round and round. No one wants to be first found.
It is still morning. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. Thank you, B, for this. A subscriber. Let me know about this just now, actually. Thanks a lot. I appreciate you. So this is a DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration. And so a combined federal and state investigation in Idaho leads to arrest in large-scale rug trafficking conspiracy. So this was September 25th, 2024. Recent, very recent. Magic Valley investigation results in charges against 20 defendants on rug trafficking offenses. Boise, Idaho. You don't say. A large-scale organized crime and rug enforcement task force investigation has resulted in the federal indictments of 10 Magic Valley defendants on rug trafficking charges. An additional 10 defendants have been charged in Idaho state courts for their actions connected to the conspiracy. Perfect time to have cops in the background or sirens. DEA stands with our partners in Idaho State Police and law enforcement around the state to stop criminals and hold them accountable, said David R. Reams, Special Agent in Charge, DEA Seattle Field Division. The Magic Valley is safer today because of our cooperative efforts. And they dissipate right here when they talk about it safer. That was perfect, you guys. Wow. I might have to charge for that. No, just kidding. According to the indictments, the defendants possessed and distributed large quantities of M throughout the Magic Valley area. During these investigations and arrests, federal and state law enforcement officers seized 30 pounds of M. According to court records, it is alleged that several of these individuals traveled to Arizona and California to obtain M that they brought back to Idaho for distribution. This investigation is a real result of outstanding partnerships and teamwork between local law enforcement in the Magic Valley, the Idaho State Police, and the DEA, said U.S. Attorney Hurwitz. I am grateful for the trust they have placed in my office to work hand in hand with them to keep their communities safe. As part of the DEA's or OCDETF investigation, the following individuals have been charged with federal rug violations. Oscar Alejandro Perez Gomez, 32, of Jerome, was indicted for conspiracy to distribute M, 5 counts of distribution of M, and 1 count of possession with intent to distribute M. Patrick Delacruz, 40, of Jerome, was indicted for conspiracy to distribute M and possess with intent to distribute M. Leonardo Espinoza Romero, 31, of Jerome, was indicted for conspiracy to distribute M. Daniel D. Thomas, 47, of Jerome, was indicted for conspiracy to distribute M and possession with intent to distribute M. And the C word. They used to put it in Pepsi or in a pop drink. Yep. Artemio.
This is when she fell asleep, you guys. No, I'm just kidding.
Morgan Hurtado Jr., 34, of Shoshone, was indicted for conspiracy to distribute M and the use of the communication facility to commit and facilitate a felony. So this guy was incarcerated at the time, it sounds like. Luis Enrique Gonzalez, 40, of Jerome, was indicted for conspiracy to distribute M, distribution of M, and possession with intent to distribute M. Jesus Arturo Torres Herrera, 36, of Twin Falls, was indicted on 1 count of possession with intent to distribute M. Raquel May, 28, of Twin Falls, was indicted on 1 count of possession with intent to distribute M. Robert Troglia, 52, of Jerome, was indicted on 1 count of distribution of M. Liliana Morales Calles, 34, of Jerome, was indicted on 4 counts of distribution of M. The investigation also included 9 other defendants who were charged in state prosecutions for possession of controlled substances, trafficking in M, and other crimes. Federal rug distribution charges carry mandatory minimum prison sentences depending on the amount and type of rugs distributed. Maximum prison sentences range from up to 20 years to life. Maximum prison sentences will range up to 20 years to life in federal prison. We are proud of the state of Idaho. We are proud the state of Idaho works so well with our federal partners to protect the public, said Governor Brad Little.
Well, Bubs, I wanted to continue to play this so that we would see the names. And if you notice, there is a lot of Spanish names in there, whether or not they are directly connected to the cartels or not. We know that the flow of rugs goes through Moscow as a key point after, I believe it was Seattle and then Pullman. Bubs has it on the thing. But it goes direct from Arizona. You have your Arizona connection and you have your Moscow connection, okay? Now, there's another connection that goes for the trafficking of humans, and both of those locations seem to be epicenters or capitals in the trafficking of people. And so we have to take these things into consideration. I know a lot of you were with us on Dickie IMO's chat today, where he strongly opined that the cowboys that were there right before, and we were talking about them before, Jenn, if you want to jump in with this one, were members of this 4-county task force. So if you're going to try to tell me there's not a connection, why were they there? Why did we bring them in? And I guess you can say by their jackets, Jenn, that's how they were identified.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're okay. I want you to put that link in the chat for me now.
For what? Which?
You were saying play something.
I emailed it to you. It's like this guy like.
Is it a YouTube thing?
It's on Twitter, I believe.
It's on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, I sent you the link.
Okay.
I emailed it.
It's too big for the chat, right? So I have just a few more, and I'll open my email secretly.
Okay.
And we'll play it. Sorry. Okay.
I am from Japan. I found out in this country, people are so affectionate. They like to hug, shake hand. In my country, we are not. So whenever we drop the ecstasy, we bow the crap out of each other. Like this. Thank you. That joke was A+. I'm Asian, I grade myself. My name is Aiko. In Japanese, it means love child. So I look up the dictionary, it says bastard. My last name is Tanaka. It means in the rice field. So my whole name is bastard in the rice field.
She's pretty funny. That is, I don't know, they just call her chick comedy. Aiko Tanaka. We have, are you in the chat with us? Is that, so we'll play this in just Jenn's thing in 1 second. I'm almost there. This was brought up in my last, and I did a post on it if you guys missed it. And I noticed that, for one, the Gonzalez Army family page, I don't remember if it was closed before, but now it's stuck at 59 members, and I don't think they're going to let anybody new in. So I'm assuming 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, 6 of these people will be the ones going to the trial with the GoFundMe. But this is now a closed group. I just wanted to mention I noticed that. And then Mr. Gonzalez had oh wow, there's new stuff on here. What was he saying? He's they were well, this is interesting. I'd like to tell you I'm happy to be here, but okay, yeah, we read that. That's already been. But anyway, he had a post. It looks like he's deleted it. And I posted it in my community page if you would like to look at it. That the state is not helping them in any way. So there is a victims fund available, and I think it's like $168,000 available to victims' families. Now, what we had conjectured before was that the reason they had changed their position to go along with the prosecution was perhaps because in these forms you are required to go along with the prosecution to be eligible for that. Now, Heather said, the other Heather 4, hello, that perhaps they didn't qualify for the victim's assistance because of maybe a criminal past or something along these lines. But it kind of shot down our theory that was why they had changed their stance. When in the beginning they said, well, none of the wounds matched and they're not telling us anything. And then now they've got the guy, this is the one, we're going to support them 100%. So that still remains a mystery. We thought we were onto something with that. I just thought it was a point of interest there. And that might be it. This is... Okay, that's a long one. I'm going to get into Jenn's thing now. These are both very interesting, and I might play them in another show. Thank you, Jenn. Here we go.
Okay.
I'm a Christian, sir.
I'm pure and virtuous and wholesome and innocent. How can you say anything about me?
Sir, you need to be born again.
I am born again.
Now, did you just say that you were Lucifer?
I am Lucifer.
Okay, define Lucifer for me.
Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people.
Lucifer is?
Yeah.
Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy...
Virtuous.
Virtuous. Now, is he the Lucifer that God created?
That's the same one.
Oh, man, this is great. I'm going to put this on the internet.
Oh,
Amen.
God bless you,
Amen.
brother.
Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach, is that Lucifer is light.
No.
And you're
about
confirming
those hospitals?
You know what, sir? Jesus said, many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, we did not do these good deeds in your name. And you'll say, away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you.
Jesus said it?
In Matthew chapter 5.
Mercy.
No.
That's hard to believe.
So you're a Christian and you don't know that. Actually.
No, I really am.
You are.
Because I'm pure and virtuous.
You're pure and virtuous, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. In other words, you're perfect without Jesus, right?
No.
Okay, tell me about Jesus. Who is Jesus?
Well, he's my leader.
Is he the Son of God?
Yes, he is.
Is he the only worshipful master?
Yes.
Have you ever been called worshipful master?
No, because I've just been too busy. I've been working.
Been
working to help people.
What
like
kind
you.
of work? Okay.
Get out of here.
That was quite an interaction. I'd seen that very beginning part before. I'm amazingly interested in continuing. Do you want me to keep playing this, Jenn? Are you still with us here?
No, you can go up to the first link I posted. Like scroll up a little bit.
Okay, let me shut this down a little bit. Okay, here we go on this one.
No.
I want to see this though.
I just posted it again. The one I just posted.
Give me the secrets of a master maester, I will take your life. This is no time or place for the man, no secrets. Talk not to me about time, place, patience, or the completion of the temple. Give me the secrets of a master mason, or I will take your life. It behooves you in this rude and violent manner thus to demand no secrets. When the temple's completed, if found worthy, you'll then receive them lawfully as I.
Wow. Okay, well, you want me to play the other one, Jen?
No, this is the one I was talking about. This is the hidden camera. The guy snuck into.
Okay, yeah, there was probably a delay on that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's
this
a
is
delay.
really crazy. I mean, if you don't know this, the whatever the handshake or whatever, they literally tell you right there. They will take your life. I mean, how much more can we show you that this is how it goes down? And with that Lucifer guy, that is exactly what they want you to believe. That they're good and virtuous, and they're but at the same time he's saying he's Lucifer. I mean, dude, bro, this is what this town is, the grand order of the Eastern Star. It is like the headquarters, the capital. Every single higher up official is a part of it. Right, Jen? Jen?
Yeah, there's a delay again, so.
Yeah. But I'm saying that everybody in Moscow, you got to assume, I mean, it's our crazy opinion that they are all involved in this order. And notice the floor. The checkerboard's floor is the same. And I'll pull the picture up in a minute. I know exactly where it is. I'll pull it up right after this. Of the checkerboard floor is also used in the Satanic Temple. It's ironic they call it a temple too, right? So everything uses the same. What is it?
You know what?
Yeah.
Okay, so the meteor storm that was that weekend is from the Temple-Tuttle meteor or comet. The Temple-Tuttle comet is what causes the Leonids meteor storm. That was in 1833, and the Temple-Tuttle comet goes around the sun every 33 years. Just saying.
Wow.
Can't write this shit. I mean, you can't make it up. It's crazy.
Jeez. What a fool believes, right? That's crazy. With everything numerology-wise, it really adds up to more coincidences, right? And I know that Heather can vet that for us. I know. And then I think tomorrow is a blood eclipse or a fire eclipse or something. And then also the second moon. I don't know if it's visible to the naked eye or not. Do you know about the coming eclipse, Jen?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I think that's tomorrow.
It's not something I'm even into until I started looking into everything in this case. But like before that, I knew nothing about any of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, it's on the news. There's an eclipse, big whoop. And now we see that there are events correlating to these odd things, these astrological events. So, yeah, is there anything else you want to tell us about this video before we watch it? Because I haven't seen this yet.
No, go ahead and play. It's just this guy, he snuck into a Freemason ceremony, and he filmed it with a hidden camera. There's like 4 parts, so this is part 1. I'll find part 2 and send it to you.
Okay.
You have passed Jubilo. Me you cannot pass. My name is Jubilum, well known for my determination of character. What I undertake, that I do. Give me the secrets of a master mason instantly, for I will take your life. I will not. What? Still persist? Then die.
Will Horrid use this Who has slain the Grandmaster Hiram Bill.
This is no time for reflection. What shall we do with the body?
We'll bury the rivers to the temple and the low cell. You three will meet again and discuss what to do with it.
Agreed.
I just want to say that they could not have been easy to smuggle this camera into this ceremony. That's for sure. I'm sure they're not happy about it. Okay, now we're going to play part 2 here. Jen put it up for us. Thank you, Jen.
All right, 1 second. I'm trying to find it still.
Okay, this is Temple Tuttle, and I guess this is where this occurred. And she's saying that they received the guy, was it Kane?
No, this is the Temple Tuttle is something separate, but the Temple Tuttle is the comet that causes the Leonid's meteor storm, which is annual. But in 2022, the weekend of the murders, it was a extremely, I guess, concentrated debris field. So usually it's like maybe, I don't know, a dozen meters per hour. This was like a lot more back in, this is 1833, but it was also happened again in 2022, the weekend of the murders. So it happened in 1833. There was like 150,000 per hour. Like people thought it was the end of the world. And then there was another storm, not as much as back in 1833, but there was a lot. And that was the 14th, I think it started, of November in 2022.
Wow.
Yeah.
You wonder. If anybody wants me to, if you're not familiar with the second moon, it's an asteroid that has come within about half the distance between the Earth and the moon, and it will be temporarily in our orbit. And if you want me to discuss that more, put a 429,000 in the chat, and I'll go over a quick little news story about it. So let me see. I had a little bit more, but I want to finish what Jen has here.
Hold on, I'm sending it right now. I'm putting it into
okay.
part 2.
Watch part 2.
Okay,
and then
part 2.
I'll talk about that. Here we go. This is great, Jen.
Bill Clinton, like, is he a nice guy?
Stiff.
Yeah.
Stiff.
Does he go to Bohemian Grove? Donald Trump?
I've seen him, but I doubt if he'd be invited.
Does Obama?
Obama's been there. I don't know about Lana.
Oh. Interesting.
Obama came up there very quickly because he didn't want to.
Just so you know, he has posted the whole 2.5-hour video. He has it posted. I'll post that link instead.
Okay. I'll continue with this one, though. This one's 3 minutes and 29 seconds.
They picked him up. They have a lakeside talk and then an evening.
Oh, this is Bohemian Grove guy.
Oh, this is Bohemian Grove guy. Okay, gotcha.
And so he was brought in to see the evening event.
John McCain?
No, I just knew John down here.
Yeah.
He's a good Democrat. We got along well.
Yeah.
Secret Service there?
Absolutely not.
No Secret Service?
Absolutely not.
Do you go with family?
Good Lord. It's a male club.
Do you have sons?
Yeah, my son's a member.
Oh, okay.
He's a member now. Just got in after 11 years. And that was only because I made a few calls.
Do you know anyone that would be willing to invite us to the event to see it?
Absolutely not. There's no way I'd be able to evaluate you and what you do and how you do it, where you came from, why are you doing what you're doing now. That's what I've got to know if I invite somebody.
Oh, gotcha.
I just don't say, I've got a great guy. They say, oh yeah, who?
Yeah.
Especially since you're usually staying with a camp of some sort.
So when you stay at the camp, do you have to stay at that camp and not wander around at nighttime?
There are 32 camps. So one camp has 2 people. One camp has 50. So it all depends where it is.
Richard Nixon, he was actually quoted talking about the Bohemian Grove. One of his tapes that got released in the 90s or 2000, he said it's the faggiest club he's ever been a part of.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
That would make sense. Because he was definitely an outlier.
Yeah.
It's funny, on Joe Rogan, sorry to interrupt, Kid Rock was invited there as a guest, and he said the same thing, that he would never go back, and he pretty much the same quote as the guy just said. I'm not going to repeat that, but if anybody's seen the guy who snuck in to the camps and took video of all the different rooms and stuff, that's pretty amazing stuff. I wish he'd grabbed some of the literature and posted it up from previous camps that they have there. But it's interesting that this guy says that there's no Secret Service. They don't want anybody that's an outsider involved. So they must have their own security, obviously. How good a job they're doing if this guy got in there, I don't know. But it's a men's club, and you have some of the highest leaders in the world there, and they don't have any of their own personal security. They rely on the personal security of the Bohemian Grove.
He's definitely not lying.
How much is it to get into the Bohemian Grove? Because I know you have to pay like a upfront fee and then a yearly dues.
Money is no object.
Yeah.
It's whether you're accepted.
Oh, okay.
Many, many, many very rich people will never get in.
Wow. What's the reason for that?
Because they're not there for money. It's not how much money you have is totally immaterial.
Okay.
You know yourself. Anytime you're with an organization that's top, people want in.
Yeah. Are you a Freemason also, or no? No.
No. Bohemian is basically, or gypsies.
Mm-hmm.
They're gypsies.
Yeah.
Started by San Franciscans that said, let's go up to the woods up there and start something.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it started. Right. And their whole batching scattered around different parts of the grove.
Yeah. The hillbillies, they're the biggest one, right?
The band is the biggest.
The band.
Band camp is the largest. Hillbillies is probably in the top third. That's all.
What's your political affiliation?
I'm a Democrat.
Okay. Have you been a lifelong Democrat?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. The Democrats are more fun than the Republicans.
Yeah.
Wow. Jen, did you have another link? Where are you? Hey, Wolf Angel, how are you today?
Yeah, scroll up a little bit. It's the last one I posted.
Let's see if it's still there. Okay, let's try this one. And what is? Go ahead and introduce this clip, Jen. Oh, wait, I don't see it.
No, hold on.
Maybe it didn't take, or maybe my computer's broken.
Hold on. Okay, there. Hold on. Before that. Okay, I think I got it. Hold on.
Okay. If you want to support the stream, we do have the Cash App. We do need a new camera. And maybe some software, so anything's appreciated. Thank you so much.
Hold on, I'm trying to find it.
We are not monetized, but we could use any help. Everybody out there is hurting, and I know every dollar counts. So anything you can do is help.
Let me just post it again. Hold on 1 second.
Yep, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Like literally 2 seconds.
Now, I guess there's no separation at this Bohemian Grove between Republicans and Democrats, which I find crazy.
Here we go.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go. This is the full 2.5 hour long video.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll play some excerpts from it because I did have a few more stories I wanted to go over.
Okay, I think that should work. Yes, there's a delay, Bubba. I just saw that. Sorry.
Oh, this is back to the Freemason thing. Awesome. Cool.
Yeah, that's the whole 2.5-hour video.
Wow. So this
that
is
he
right
sent
from the
in,
beginning.
yeah.
Let's get into the meat of it.
Duty to atone all great and important undertaking.
I'm gonna mute myself.
So basically, this is some sort of resurrection ceremony, and like only the master's grip, like only his handshake, can raise the dead, something like that.
The pillar of strength is said to represent Hiram. King Hiram, king of Tyre, who made an engagement to King Solomon to pay the crowd their wages if any be due, that none may go away dissatisfied. Harmony being the strength and support of all society, especially of ours. And the pillar of beauty is said to represent Hiram, the widow's son. But his duty it was to call the crowd from labor to refreshment and high cloth, where is the beauty and glory of the day. The hieroglyphical emblem explained of this decree.
I was sure that there was there was some video out there of one of these rituals about the Freemasons, and I'm so glad you found this, Jen, because I've searched and searched high and low for something like this, and you don't get a look inside this anywhere. It's like the Supreme Court. There's only one picture that exists, as far as my knowledge goes, of inside of the Supreme Court.
Must have been because of a relative or a close friend, Mr. Mason. And that's expressed.
See if they bring out any more body bags.
And follow in their footsteps. That being true, it is not only an honor to yourself, but an honor to fraternity as well.
I was saying, when my brother went to Loyola, he used to tell me about the Rosicrucians and the Jesuits, and I always thought, what's he talking about? Are you familiar with any of these sects there, Jen?
Sort of. I was reading a little bit about the Jesuits. The Priest Lake, where like the Chapins have a home, it was named after a Jesuit priest. I forget the guy's name, but that's who it was named after. So I had looked into it a little bit, but
The connections just keep coming, kids.
I know.
It's
crazy.
It's scary. And what happens when the case falls apart, y'all? It's like in my title there in the first video. They do have a private club, Lala. You're right. That private club 33. And I noticed in a show that I like, it's called Dr. Katz. And I pretty much watch it every night because this is kind of, it features every comedian you've ever seen, all the best comedians. And it's this guy, Jonathan Katz, who was a comedian back in the 80s, very popular. And he's a great, super nice guy, super funny. The show is hilarious if you ever get to see it. John, I forgot the guy the guy who plays his son is very famous. He does all kinds of cartoons. I believe he did that heavy metal cartoon. I forgot Death Clock. He all kinds of stuff. If you ever watched Home Movies, was another great animated primetime show back in the 90s, early 2000s. That's a great one. But anyway, in the show Dr. Katz, I've watched it so many times now. It's the one thing that turned me off to it was there is this dropped Masonic symbolism, and it's repeated over and over. The bar that he goes to after work is the address is 33, and you go inside and there's a picture of a basketball player on the wall, and his jersey is 33. In the kitchen of the doctor, Dr. Katz plays a therapist, there is a Masonic hat, like covering the toaster, like a little cozy on top of it. So I was like, man, they really, just stuff you would never notice. until you have a good friend like Jenn that starts to point these things out, and they don't try to hide it, do they?
No.
And they say that they have to tell us what they're doing before they do it, according to the demon code or whatever it is. And that's why you'll see a lot of this stuff that occurs in real life in the movies. And if you're not familiar with all the Hollywood stuff, Hollywood, to begin with, holly is the wood that allegedly witches used for their wands. Are you familiar with that one, Jenn? And so Hollywood is literally basically founded on that type of occult. Are you familiar with that one, Jenn?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I've heard the Hollywood one thing before, but I didn't hear the other one.
And so you have more. You'll see, and if you're not familiar with these Illuminati things, you'll see the cover of Vogue or Look magazine, GQ. They'll be covering an eye. They'll put and they think it's funny. Many of them are just taking the steps up into the of the order and
climbing the ladder.
Right, and they think it's funny. They think it's cute. Now, to get into the next level of Hollywood, to really get in the door, you have to go to these parties. And if you want to look at one of my previous videos, I think it's still up. It wasn't knocked off. This guy went to one of these parties, and he was a YouTuber. And do you remember this story, Jenn? I don't know if you were on that show or not.
I don't.
With
maybe
the 7 rooms, do you remember?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, the first room was this, get to know everybody. And he was invited to this by some agent because he was growing on YouTube, him and his friend. So they were invited by this agent to go to this party at this mansion. And they go. And the first room, there's all these celebrities, but they're wearing the eyes wide shut masks, the Italian opera mask. And obviously, with just a quarter-length mask, you could tell all these people that you grew up watching are walking around you. And they're being very friendly and greeting the people and nice. And they figure out who is new and who's not. And so the second room you go into is like a casino. And they're gambling and playing roulette and whatever. And his friend starts getting more swept away into it. The guy telling the story, yes, Venetian, thank you, Meanie, is more wary of it because he's been warned by somebody. There is actually, Miss Johnny Knapp, a club here in Tampa called Eyes Wide Shut where you go and some guy makes love to your wife on a wrestling mat. It's disgusting. And you know that the conspiracy theory is that the director, darn it, I forgot his name. He's my favorite director too. Was given that heart attack that he had right after it was released because he released it. They fought him for years on releasing it because allegedly it shows their what actually goes on. But anyway, in this documentary I watched about the Hollywood, I'm sorry to get on a tangent. I could play this in the background while I do.
Oh, my brother, in Mason's Lodge with darkened eyes, with cable to about me, I swear to hail all districts that Mason's price and Mason's keep. All secrets whispered low, all words they speak, all things they do, in the sick man is not. On yonder book, that oath I took, will I break it? Never. Stand by this, and this, and this, forever and forever. I swear to answer and obey all summons sent me duly.
Kubrick, thank you.
Or lodge array. I swear I'll never stray from the ancient laws and rules that bound Freemason and days to now, but will observe them truly. On yonder book, that oath I took, will I break them?
April QT, don't get me started on The Shining. I'll go all day on that one. But yeah, Kubrick actually had in what was that? Full Metal Jacket. There's a freeze frame of a water tower or something like that that had Vietnamese writing on it, I think, and it's when they're singing the Mickey Mouse song going across the field, and it translates to like "Hail Satan" or something like that. But in The Shining, there's so many different things he focused on that are crazy. Like light switches would just have to be replaced during the same scene. There's a light switch here, an electrical outlet there, and it's gone in the next, and it just goes on and on. It's so deep. And if you look at that movie, it is the story of a guy who abused his child and was trying to make amends and bring back his family and put that behind them. And there's theories that actually the wife in that movie, who just recently passed away also, was the villain, and that he was defending himself. So there's all kinds of different twists. That's another one that I wouldn't mind going into also. All right, so let's continue on in this. Sorry to April QT, you're a distractor.
Never. Let's stand by this. And this. And this. Forever and forever. I swear to lead with generous care all those in sorrow hidden, a brother on the darkened square, the mourners with disheveled hair, the orphans doomed, alas, to stray, upon a rough and rugged way, while tears gush forth unbidden. And guess what? On yonder book, that oath I took. Will I break them? Never. Stand by this. And this. And this. Forever and forever. I swear to deal in honesty with each true heart around me, that honor right should ever be. Unbroken bond to win him or me. No wrong, no guilt, no cruel fraud should ever break that sacred cord by which my vows have bound me. On yonder book, that oath I took. Will I break them? Never. Stand by this, and this, and this, forever and forever.
I don't know if you can see as much as I see on my high resolution monitor here, but it's one symbolic move after the next, right? Jen, do you take the papers too, or are you familiar with that? So I'll continue on. Sorry.
I swore the portals close the guard of the Masonic temple, to rid the quarries of their law, to build each mystic walls across, with body perfect, a bright heart, and mind mature in moral arts, in precepts and in examples. Guess what? On yonder book, that oath I took. Will I break it? Never. Stand by this. And this. And this. Forever and forever. I swore to chastity close to God, of Mason's widow, wife or child, his mother or sister in defiled. To them I pledge a brother's love. By him who rules the lodge above, to be a true defender. On yonder book, that oath I took, will I break it? Never. Stand by this, and this, and this. My brother Jacob, these are your vows. Be they your cares, and may such aid be given, in answer to your earnest prayers, that you may ever do or dare all that God's gracious laws enjoin, so that when evening shades decline, you may be found in heaven. With me, on yonder book, that oath I took, will I break them? Never. Stand by this, and this, And this, forever. Congratulations.
So you wonder why, if this is such a do-gooder organization, why you need so much secrecy, why you need so many different levels to attain the enlightenment that they allegedly give you. You got to admit that I don't know that I've seen this anywhere else. This is pretty groundbreaking. And you're seeing it first here on the Purge. I'm sure most of you. So I'm glad you're here to enjoy it. I love that movie with John Cusack. I forgot what it was called, but it's so crazy because he can never leave the room. It's like a Groundhog Day horror movie. What does anybody remember that was at room 110 or 114 or something like that? That was a really, really great movie. It'll leave you creeped out. That's for sure. Let's continue on.
This is something that each of our family has been doing. Last night I knelt where Hiram knelt and took an obligation. Today I'm closer to my God, and I'm a master mason. Though heretofore my fellow man seemed each one like the other, today I search each one apart. I'm looking for my brother. And as I feel...
Thank you, Elizabeth Hill. Welcome in. Nice to see you.
I know that while I'm on the square, that he is on
Sudi, what's up?
His footsteps on my errand go, if he should such require.
Got like the who's who tonight.
Prayers will plead on my behalf, if I should so desire. My words are safe within his breast, as though within my own. His hand forever at my back, to help me safely home. Good counsel whispers in my ear, and warns of any danger. My square and compass, brother now, who once would call me stranger. I might have lived a normal life and risen to distinctions without my brother's help and hand, and the fellowship of masons. But God, who knows how hard it is to resist life's temptations, knows why I know where Hiram went and took an obligation.
Thank you. Thank Jen and Heather. Love you, Heather. My boy Twiz.
Well, congratulations, brother. You're going to be very being Master Mason. Congratulations.
Okay, P. Fox asking a question. We were talking about the white floor earlier, and it is literally the representation of the constant conflict in man that we're born with between good and bad. Now, the correlation, P. Fox, that we found is, and when we're done watching this, I'll pull it up, is you have the same floor in the Satanic Temple. It's the same thing. Now, this one has a pulpit, and remember, guys, what I was saying, that they put like the podium here to make it seem like a religious ritual to newcomers. It's a bigger one usually, like the guy in the back corner here is standing in front of, and it looks like it's a religious ceremony. This one, where this little podium is, has a pentagram, a star, their biggest symbol. And what we found out was that, or what I figured out was that the symbols within each point of the star are the same as in witchcraft. You'll have wind, fire, air, and earth. Or air, earth, fire, and water. I'm sorry. It was a common flooring in the 50s. You also see subway tiled bathrooms with the same decor, but this is something that's at the heart of the masonry, and this one is unique. If you notice the way that it's more of in a circular pattern, ending at that podium. Now, I'm sure there's a pentagram under that podium. It's a movable podium, I assume. And you look at it, it's really trippy. It's different than most of the squares, but that is at, and I can pull up the article again, but it's basically the floor represents the struggle, which is the same message that you'll get from Anton LaVey and the Satanic Church, that there's always a struggle for man, and the message, the outgoing axiom from both of these organizations' orders is that do what thou willst while you're here. Don't worry about the consequences after you've passed. I'm glad I got the closed captioning up. It's a little hard to hear some of this. I'm very glad you're here, April. You've contributed a lot tonight. Thank you.
Thank all the brothers here at this lodge.
Arrow pattern. Thank you, Miss Johnny Knapp.
Meeting every one of you. I felt something special, more so than just meeting a stranger. I'm just looking forward to getting to know all of you better. Thank you to my Kernodle clan for all the support through this time, and hope I made you proud.
Justine, thank you for coming in. I'm glad you're here. I watched now the one documentary that got me into all this business was a guy that was a Hollywood insider that left and found Jesus or whatever. And hey, Phil Biggs, long time. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yes, Phyllis. Nice to see you. It is a star-studded night here in the chat tonight. Wow. Rochelle, they bill themselves as a order, and all of these symbols and rituals, they call them, are meant to mock God. They're meant to mock. They use excerpts from the Bible where they're related to King Solomon, who had all the gold, right? The Solomon's mines, the lost Solomon mine. This is how they draw people in. They're a charity. What up, Heath? They are a charity, nonprofit organization that does all this good, and they bring you in, and they're going to teach you all the inner knowings of the Masonic order. And it's exactly, April, it's an inversion of Christianity. It is the exact opposite. So if you wonder if evil exists in the world, all you have to do is look here at this ceremony. And what they do is they induct you thinking, oh, I'm going to be a part of a lodge, and whatever. We're just going to hang out with the boys and we'll learn some cool stuff, right? As you go up in the order, they get you more and more and more and more with a blood oath that you will be taken care of, whether it's your tongue being cut out, or the slicing of your throat. I mean, there's a literature out that's readily available that shows you what they will do for each dissension has its own criminal or unaliving results, drowning, all these types of things. I want to say it's 8 seconds. Who said that? Elizabeth Hill. I don't remember. But there's all kinds of great documentaries on people that work in hospitals and doctors and stuff like that. And if they've been around long enough, you won't find one of them that doesn't believe that the soul travels from the body when you pass. It's very interesting. A few of them have come out recently. And there's also a couple, just to get on a tangent, about people that have passed and ascended into the afterlife and come back. You know, they were gone for 8 minutes, 20 minutes. And there was one that was very interesting. She was in surgery, and they lost her for a little bit. Carol Ann's been here. Mommy. The movie Skulls is more of a, I would say, it's almost like the Porky's of what Skulls really is. It like I said, they put it out there and show you what they're doing, and they make it seem so fantastical that you could never believe it. 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, you're right. I couldn't remember exactly. Thank you, Elizabeth Hill. Appreciate the vet. But what was my tangent? Darn it. I forgot where it was. Who am I? Jen, help me out here. Where are you at? I'll get back to it, whatever it was. I'll remember, I'm sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I was muted. Sorry.
That's okay. Do you want to add something?
No.
What was I talking about? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
Were you paying attention?
No, not really. I was reading something. I've seen this already. That's why.
We put everything we have into the show, folks. Believe me, we're there 100%.
I know I'm eating, reading something else.
No, you brought a lot to the table. I thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So, all right, I want to go back and play a little bit more from the beginning of this too, but I want to finish out this ritual that they're doing. But hopefully, I answered your question about the checkerboards, Pete Fox.
Jacob, Gary Brother Gary Brother, senior deacon for this year. Played the seat as a senior deacon, also did a charge and a wayfaring on the second part of the second section. Congratulations.
Congratulations, brother. And,
one thing I notice is they're all wearing black. I just wanted to mention that.
I know that it's really hard to be a part of this fraternity, but anyway, for a few months, you made it. So, congratulations. My name is Monkey. And the Marshal of the Lot.
Remember him. And I played the third program.
Jacob, was mostly your deacon for your lot, unconditionally passive, and demanded faithful reformation.
Jacob, I'm a vertical master of Lindow 23, and I played Hiram King Fire in 22, and you can tell the box. Right.
Russ Nichols, Autograph 1, and the senior deacon in the second section.
Jacob, I'm Mike Logan. I present to you your Bible. I'm also the chairman of the mentorship committee for the Peoria Launch Studio. Should you ever require any additional mentorship. So it looks like you've got a fair bit of
Brother Jacob, congratulations. I took the pleasure of shaking you around a little bit as people look. Second. David Dwyer, I'm the treasurer of Peoria Launch.
Brother Jacob, or you my great sitting master of Peoria Launch. I did a little bit more during your
Brother Thomas Sennefeller, senior steward at Peoria Lodge, and did that job tonight, and made sure that's the name. Thank you.
Jacob Matthew Acosta, Junior Warden. Played the Junior Warden tonight. You get to see my second. You get to see my second go around in a minute. Junior Warden.
Yeah, yes, that's all I asked for today.
For being working in the park. And the other reason is so that when Jacob sees you, he'll put the name together with what you did to raise him to sublime degree of mastery. And once in a lifetime.
All our troubles since the fight, and before that. I thank you all for your receipt.
Thank you.
Few things, worshipful. First of all, congratulations, Brother Jacob, being a master mason. Also, I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart for the labor lads for accepting us to be here to do the third degree, and the people who prepared the food. It's fantastic. And also, as you know, I've been leaving for 50 days this coming of January 25th, and I'll be back March 15th. For my long vacation, my senior warden and everybody will try to help to put the degree together and what's the schedule coming up. And I can be reached on my email and text or messenger in case you really need to get in touch with me. Again, thank you, worshipful. You did a very great job. And I'm so proud to all officers. They did magnificent job. This is our first month of this year, and the practice really helped. Thank you very, very much.
I'd like to thank Lindow and everybody else who stepped up to help us out with this degree and for having us. The food was delicious. We really appreciate you guys helping us out and having us in your in your lodge tonight. And I'd like to congratulate you, Jacob. Look forward to hearing your proficiency. I was part of his proficiency board for his second degree, and it was spot on, so I'm excited to hear the third degree proficiency. That's all I work for.
Anything on your table, buddy?
No, so I communicate with Jacob when he was at my desk and I meet you. However, I do want to add one thing. I know we thanked a lot of brethren Lindow for their participation and we had a lot of help. I want to point out one brother specifically, Matt Baker, because Matt Baker was hanging around my desk when we started that second section, and I said, Matt, I don't know if we have a third phone back. It hasn't been communicated to me. And he said, well, nobody asked me. And I said, well, I'm not asking you. Nobody asked me either, but you might be needed. And sure enough, we didn't have a third color captain, and at the moment, he literally jumped up and got in there and did an excellent job. So I think he deserves a round of applause for that.
Do you have a schedule of upcoming meetings or?
I believe, Boris will correct me if I'm wrong, next week I know is the second degree here. The following week I believe is education at Scottish Rite.
Yes.
And then the following week after that will be our February state meeting.
State meeting. All degree gonna be done in Scottish Rite except third degree here. Starting next month, we'll start doing the second degree in the Scottish Rite. I will bring the two-feeler from the storage and take it to Scottish Rite this coming Thursday.
Has any brother anything to offer for the good of masonry in general, or this lodge in particular?
Worship and Master, on our calendar for this Saturday, I believe we have ritual club meeting. Is that still on that?
Not sure. Are you going to have it on Saturday?
I'm gonna have a ritual club meeting on Saturday at 9 o'clock at Scottish Rite. No, is that where am I gonna do it?
Well, let me address that. I sat with Brother Hal and Antonio.
Yes.
And I did not discuss. We discussed the future meeting except Tuesday. And he said the only thing we're gonna have to do is give them a call, make sure there's no conflict to their schedule. Okay. And I did not discuss about this coming Saturday meeting. I think we'll move that somewhere in February. I will sit with senior warden to set it up and give Hal a call. Okay. For the future meeting this coming February. Very well. Thank you, worship. Thank you, worship. It's my bad. I forget all about it.
Not a problem. For the members of Glendale Lodge, I come from Iowa. And we had for many years a meeting called Blazing Star. In which a group of lodges would meet on the fourth Monday of the month. And we would work either the first, second, or third section, seventh section. And then after that was the pleasure of the craft. I suggested that we establish something known as a ritual club for Peoria Lodge number 31, so we could get ourselves up to a higher level in our ritual. Preserving the ritual correctly and delivering it correctly needs to be our focus. Not our only focus, because the other half of it is.
Actually, Miss Johnny, now I don't know if you were watching earlier. One of the orders that are in Moscow is the African American order that has attained the 33rd level. I just wanted to point that out.
Our fellowship. We don't want to neglect who we want. We do not want to become complacent in our use of the ritual, because complacency runs like a bacteria through an organization. So it's my endeavor to make sure that our ritual is best as it can be. Always striving for perfection, but sticking with good enough. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Brother. In case any of you wonder why I use a study hall as a gavel tonight, I youngest son, Jamie over there, gave me this a couple of years ago, and I don't know where he found it, but every once in a while it comes with something, comes over to the house with something, the Sonic, and says, here, Dad. And I thought that the 1933, the setting mall would be appropriate to run the meeting. And that's the story behind this setting mall. Yes, sir.
I just want to point out something from Glendale's schedule. So this coming Thursday, we will be doing a third degree as well. I will be in the East, and the Grandmaster will be here. You guys are all invited.
I will be in the East. So East, North, West, South, the whole thing. Screams of witchcraft, dude.
It's going to be a fun night. He's going to be here to present 2 50-year awards. And hopefully we'll get to do a little bit of extra ceremony and receive him in his official
No, but I'm sure he'll
capacity.
copy this show.
This coming 2 days from now.
First of all, Manager, congratulations, Brother Jacob. You're invited to the third degree tonight's now. You wonder what the heck we were doing? It's a good chance to see.
That is funny.
Spreading the cement of brotherly love is my mission. I really, truly appreciate everybody that came here tonight. It means a lot to me. It means a lot for my lodge officers to come here tonight and participate in the degree. And I love it when I see lodges come together and do stuff like this. I really appreciate it, everybody. Thank you.
Yes. Worshipful Minister, hopefully you enjoyed it tonight. And next Tuesday, the Rainbow Girls will be cooking dinner for the lodge. So I don't know if any of your people here realize that Glendale is an eating lodge, and we always, I repeat, always have.
Justine Cooper, who are you? You're hilarious. One thing I noticed about this is how seriously they take it. This is no joke, guys. And I just wanted to reiterate my point earlier that within this order, you have all types of people, higher level officials. So, like within Scientology and all these other organizations that we see, they have the lenders, they have the realtors, they have the police officers, they have, allegedly, in my opinion, and Jen's opinion, and you can join me here if you want, Jen, everything stays within the circle. So no outsiders are let in to know what the secrets are. You have the funeral home director, you have the crematorium, you have everybody, commissioners, all along the line, and anything that happens stays within the circle.
Food for a degree. Sure.
It's a rave compared to this.
Yes, worshipful, next Tuesday.
That's okay, Jen. We were done with you anyway. No, just kidding. Charge him up. Still got more.
Thank everybody for what they did tonight. And I'd like
Do you have like regular headphones somewhere?
Worshipful, unless my son moves back to Phoenix, this may be the last time he's in Phoenix. I recognize him for all his hard work and the legacy he leaves.
It's not only good for business. It's also. Let me turn my mic up again. Darn it. It's good for keeping secrets, and this order is all about keeping them secrets to themselves. The Moose Lodges are 20 years in the Moose Lodge. Really interesting. And it's so boring. It's dull as you could get. But the underlying current is terrifying, and the connections and the camaraderie and that's how they find each other with the symbolism, the star, like I was saying, Sirius satellite, all the big businesses you see will have something moon, star in the logo. So I just wanted to point that out, and I wanted to finish what I was talking about with the lady when I was talking about the people who've passed away and come back. The lady passed away, and in this one particular thing, she's talking about how she floated down the hallway while she was unalived during surgery. They lost her for like 8 minutes. She floated down the hallway of the hospital and wound up in the lobby where her family was, overheard the entire conversation that they were having while she was in surgery. And then when she came back from the surgery, she came back to life, she was able to tell them everything they said. So I thought that was kind of mind-blowing. And then furthermore, you have the people, and everybody's heard, they went to heaven, and they saw their family, and they saw Jesus. And this one guy described Jesus as this tremendous man surrounded by people, and he was just this tremendous man. I just thought that was an excellent description. A very good adjective for him. But then there's also the people that have passed away. And yes, thank you, April KT. That descended into hell and come back to life. And one of them, and all of them will have one thing in common, the ones that funny just see. They all saw a lake of fire, and you hear that, I believe in the Bible too, that description of hell, the lake of fire, which I believe encircles Satan or whatever and his demons. But everything, all the tortures of the damned souls, they're being tortured around this lake. And so this one guy, it's funny, he went down and he saw the lake, and then he saw the people suffering. And then one of them was Michael Jackson, and they were making him dance or whatever. The demons were torturing and making him dance and sing. I thought that was pretty interesting account of his experience. Let me see. I thought I had one more thing on it. Yeah, okay, so it's on the 2nd of October. Thank you, Heather. I was just talking about that. The Ring of Fire, it's an ellipse. Okay. What's the difference between an ellipse and an eclipse? Is that just semantics or... Yeah, it'll be quite a day when it happens, and you'll know it's happening because planes will be falling out of the sky, and people will get raptured up first, and then anyway, so that's all I had on that. Let's continue this.
So I'm not going to count myself out yet, but it might take a little more of it. How old is that grandson? That grandson is how old is he? 22. Already? He'll be graduating from Humorous University this May, and he'll be back in the valley. So May. We'll see what comes down the pipe. Nothing else, Brother Junior, the last as well as the first and most important pair of live Masons and Canadians.
See that the lodge's tile working.
Perform that duty and enforce the pilot, and I'm about to close this live Master Masons and direct them to pilot accordingly.
That's creepy. No. As long as somebody doesn't answer that door, I guess we're okay. Yeah, I'm locked up in jail. I need to be bailed out.
Worshipful, the lodge is tiled.
I need bail money.
Of this degree without the door, armed with the proper implement of his office. To observe the approach of hounds and eavesdroppers, and see that none pass nor repass without permission of the worshipful master in the east.
This is getting good. Be Satan?
You inform me that you are a master mason, within the body of a just and legally constituted non-public.
You guys are the best, I swear.
How many composers at the bottom?
3 or more. 3 or more, worshipful.
Of the 3, of whom does it consist?
Of the worshipful master, senior and junior.
Worshipful.
The junior warden station.
In the south, worshipful.
As the sun in the south at meridian height is the beauty and glory of the day, so stands the junior warden in the south, the better to observe the time. To call a craft from labor to refreshment, and refreshment to labor again, as the will and pleasure of the Lord. In the west.
As the sun in the west at the close of the day, so is the senior warden in the west, to assist the worshipful master in opening and closing his lodge, to pay the crowd their wages if any be due, that none may go with his satisfied. Harmony brings the strength and support of all society, especially of ours.
Station of worship master.
In the east.
And his duty there, my brother.
As the sun rises in the east to open and adorn the day, so rises the worshipful master in the east to open and govern his life, in due time to set the crop at work and give them necessary instruction, whereby they may pursue their labor.
Senior warden.
I have from west to east and east to west again. What it was lost. The secret of Master Mason.
Have you those secrets?
I have them not, but I have the certitude, therefore, in the opening of this lodge, which accompanied by its dugan and sign, was by your order to be sent to the east through the deacon only. Brother deacons attend the east.
I've missed you, nothing I've asked. Worshipful master. Toes in the house.
Worshipful Master,
For sure.
the substitute for the ancient word accompanied by slogan and sign has come down to the west through the deacon correctly. It is therefore safely deposited until it called for.
Brother, before we close, I've got one little story I got this year with you about Jacob.
The beacon.
I first met Jacob about 6-7 years ago, something like that. He was attending San Diego State.
A lot of stuff comes out of San Diego State. I lived right on campus for a while. That is a party school.
At the time when they should come and meet us. Getting
Leslie and Billy, Rolamato, wow. Who's here? Lighten it up.
being
I was asking for you earlier, Leslie and Billy.
was asked Jacob a lot of questions. Since this was a fellow that was dating my granddaughter, this fellow from
See walking.
Seattle.
No,
And
you did not.
I think maybe he thought he was getting the third degree. And little did he know, a few years later, he would get the real third degree. And the other part of that is, as the evening went on, I kept going in the back of my mind, Ellen, hang on to this guy, he's a winner. And I'm happy to say she did, and he is. Jacob, I love you. Brother Senior Warden, it is my will and pleasure that the slot of Master Masons be now closed. This you will communicate to the Junior Warden in the South, that the brother may have due notice of it.
Our Junior Warden, it is the order of the worshipful Master. The lots of Master Mason be now closed. This you will report to the brethren, that they may have due notice thereof.
Brethren, it is the order of the worshipful master that this lodge of Master Masons be now closed. Of this, take due notice and govern yourselves accordingly.
Together, brethren.
They've lost their marbles. They got their Hot Wheels up.
Now that we are about to separate and return to our respective places of abode,
Sick, I can't wait to see that roll.
be pleased so to influence our hearts and minds that we may each one of us practice out of the lodge those great moral duties which are inculcated in it, and with reverence study and obey the laws which thou hast given us in thy holy word. Amen.
So may it be. Senior Warden, how should Masons meet?
At the level, worshipful.
I'll act to the Junior Warden.
By the plumb, worshipful.
In part, my brethren, upon this clear. So should we ever meet, act in part. May the blessings of heaven rest upon us and all the regular nations. May brotherly love prevail in every moral and social virtue. Cement us. Amen.
So may it be.
So the deacons attended the altar.
I can say there was a priest in the group there that you're not going to call somebody a worshipful master if it has anything to do with actual Christianity. I can tell you that right there. And I want to thank all the new people in the chat. I know that my shows go long, but it takes a while to get where we're going. And Jenn just keeps bringing all this new stuff, and we're jumping into the pool on the deep end for sure. And I do my shows, and nothing's scripted, nothing's written out. I always say I can never do a stand-up show. You guys are totally out funnying me tonight for sure. I don't even know where y'all are getting it. This is like this is better than a comedy special. I'm telling you, I'm dying here. But Jenn has something else for us to look at here, and I'm gonna open up my email privately. According to Trish, I'm gonna get hacked if I don't. Maybe where'd it go? Sorry. And it's gonna be the connection, allegedly, and all this is our opinion, for entertainment purposes only. But okay, so that you can see. All right, let me hide it real quick. And I want to show you the picture of the Satanic Church to show you that they use the same floor and a lot of the same symbolism. Is that the one? No, this one. That one. Okay. So, let me open up this. That the Masons use. And for them to be doing a prayer, again, that's mocking of God. It's let me see. Okay, this is something Jenn has brought in, and I'm just gonna leave my. Should I leave my Gmail open or download it? I'll download it real quick. I'm sorry. Beep beep up. There it is. Okay. And so here we go. I'm gonna get out of my Gmail, and we're gonna look at this document. Okay, Jenn, can you come back on now? Can you just talk and maybe not hear yourself, but we could hear you? And you could introduce this for us? Girls. No. Hashtag Kane, hashtag 38i, I think. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep. Good to go.
Okay, so I just posted a link in chat too. That is about this guy, Malcolm Renfrew, who went to the University of Idaho. He was a professor and an inventor. He basically contributed, mostly he was a majority contributor to the development of Teflon, as like DuPont Teflon. And I remember seeing a property document that was between Scott Perky and a couple with the last name DuPont. And then I was looking into that just now, like literally 10 minutes ago. And the International Temple for the Eastern Star is in the DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C.
And this is the document right here, yes?
Yeah, I sent you the document, and then with DuPont and Perky. And I sent you the link to DuPont Circle. And then I just put the link in chat for the guy who invented Teflon for DuPont. Just another crazy coincidence, I guess.
Okay, so this is Ronald DuPont is the family that you'll find them in paint and stuff today. But they are the family that provided the weapons, chemical weapons, bombs, and stuff for the First World War. The son of DuPont was, he wanted out. He didn't want anything to do with weapons. And then World War II came around, and they forced him back into it because nobody else could handle it. He wanted out because his father was killed doing weapons testing in the garage or whatever, or some type of chemical blew up and unalived him. So what am I looking for in this document again, Jen? I'm sorry.
I just noticed the DuPont name being in DuPont Circle where the International Temple is, and then also there was a document that I found with DuPont and Perky for 1122. I sent it to you. You have it?
I'll check. Hold on. Let me hide my email again.
So basically, DuPont invented Teflon and everything you just said before. The scientist who worked and invented Teflon that worked for DuPont was Malcolm Renfrew, who was University of Idaho alumni, was in PHI, whatever, Gamma Delta fraternity, wrote for the Argonaut, et cetera, et cetera.
And that's okay. So the document you're saying ties together
1122 and a couple name with the last name DuPont. I don't know if they're related. I'm assuming somewhere down the line. It's not a common last name. And then in Washington,
1122 King Road. Wow.
And then Washington D.C. in the DuPont Circle is where the International Temple for the Eastern Star is at. And the scientist who invented, who worked for DuPont in New Jersey, who invented like Teflon and a lot of these things for the bombs and stuff, was University of Idaho alumni.
Huh.
Just a little interesting little thing I found 10 minutes ago.
How deep are we going to go here, Jen? My goodness.
I know, it like never ends. It's crazy.
I just opened my email and I saw that a bunch of you have sent me a lot of really cool stuff. So I'm gonna open that. This is the deed now, and here it is, 1122. Scott Perky. So this is some type of connection to the DuPont fan. And isn't there a DuPont Road? Where's Bubs?
Yeah, there's a DuPont Road in Moscow.
Okay, so and this was somebody that went to the University of Idaho. This is a warranty deed. What does that mean, Jen?
I don't know. I think it has something to do with like there being special like circumstances or something. I can look it up real quick.
Together with an easement for ingress and egress purposes over the private road being partially described as follows, beginning at those coordinates of 1122, I guess, as shown by the recorded plat thereof. Together with an easement to lay and maintain water pipes, and more fully set out in instrument recorded in Book 15 of leases and agreements. Together with all and singular the tenements, herindictments, and appurtenances thereunto belonging to or in anywise appertaining, and the grantors hereby covenant that the above described premise are free from all encumbrances. So this is a document freeing the property of any claim by another person. I wish I could.
Right. It says a warranty deed. It's basically where the seller guarantees they hold the clear title to the piece of real estate and that they have the right to sell it. Where, like in contrast, a quick claim deed is where they don't guarantee that they hold the title. So it basically protects the grantee, which is the buyer, from like any title defects arising from the actions or omissions of the grantor, is what it says.
Now, I don't know if you guys can read this. It's got the state signature of County of Latah, and it's Francis DuPont, Susan Peterson with an E, and I can't read the last name, but I noticed that the fee was $3 to submit this document.
Well, this is in 1998, so
okay.
Yeah.
So I wonder why this was necessary then. Who held it
I don't
before
know.
this?
There's not much. There's not much before this at all. Like you really can't find. I think there's like one other document for like one other name that I found, but other than that, like it doesn't. I can't find anything as far as like when the house was like a permit for when it was built. Nothing.
This is a great find, Jen. Now this is a lot of mumbo jumbo for a very simple procedure, right? I know it's legal.
I mean,
jargon, but
Yeah. Well, I do know the the easement that they're talking about that's in the book 15 of leases, that is a 20-foot easement for a water line connecting 1127 to 1126 to 1118 to 1122, which are all the houses that were under the same kind of names that we were looking into. Yep, something's up there. I really would be curious to see if we measure, because like a lot of these documents have all the like the coordinates and the measurements and all that. I don't know how to like visually, check that, but they seem off a little bit, and I can't find like anything to show why they would all of a sudden change. Like on some documents, the legal description is different than like on this one, for example. So I wish I could figure out how. For some reason, like this, just my mind does not compute this.
okay. Nothing half-assed put something in the chat there, and that's very
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This has to do with when they moved the garage from the driveway. Isn't that interesting, Jen?
Yeah, that was in. I sent you the link to that early today. It was like from 2016, I think, was the like their city council or whatever, their planning meeting where they discussed and approved moving the garage. But as of this document, the garage was still there. I don't know. I can't find any building plans or anything, prior to this. So I don't know what it looked like. I would love to know what the house looked like before it looked like what we know today. But there's nothing. But the garage was still there in this. This was a sale. This was DuPont selling it to the Perkies. That's all it is, basically.
Okay, and so there any previous claims to the land are now
Right. They sold the house. Like, that's it. Simple. The DuPonts owned the house. They sold it to the Perkies. Hello? Yeah, nothing half-assed. I can only find up to 2000 is the last building plans that I can find. There's nothing that I can find prior to that on the LATAW website. I'd love to see if we could find one. 2016, yeah, they changed the property lines for 1118. They gave like a 20 by 30 lot line adjustment into the parking lot area of 1122. That was in 2016 or 2016 was when they approved it. So maybe they didn't do it till 2017, and that's when they took the garage down.
There it is. Okay, I'm in stereo. There we go. I disabled my mic by accident. I apologize. I know you love hearing my lovely voice. Hey, Bubs, how you doing? Moyes' house has 2 addresses. That's interesting. You guys are just you have a wealth of knowledge here. This is great. Thank you. I'm trying to keep up with them. You can probably view those original drawings of the house and before any changes also on the same real estate tax page. My house was built in the 40s. All this shit's there. But that's what we're finding is when you look, there's nothing there. Nothing half-assed. And if you can find it, that would be great. Now I wanna hide this page real quick again, and I'm gonna open my email and Jen, the only thing that I have from you is the Perky DuPont thing. But
I put a link in the email too. There should be a link.
Oh, you did? I see a gift deed, and then Perky
I'll say
DuPont,
attachment.
and then okay, there's a link here. I've already opened it though. I don't know if I clicked on it. So let's try that one. Oh, there's 2 links, right?
No, I think there's just one.
Okay, it's one twice. What is this? Let me see. This is the Mason thing again.
This is the Eastern Star.
Unfortunately, I don't see it. Let me
Okay, hold on.
play.
I'll put it in chat.
Let me pull one up from Rochelle here real quick, if you don't mind. And I'm just gonna leave this on my email. And this is the House of Representatives, State of Idaho. Dear Representative Cannon and Senator Wintrow, unaliving investigations are a critical public function, but coroners' offices across the state are facing challenges related to funding, staffing, training, and lack of uniform standards. A growing population and recent high-profile crimes across the state highlight the importance of quality death investigations, is further stressing Idaho's fragmented and inconsistent approach. Improving the quality of unaliving investigations in Idaho could help us solve crimes, better understand public health issues like self-unaliving and substance abuse, and provide families with necessary closure following the unaliving of a loved one. In an effort to better understand the issues facing Idaho unaliving investigation systems, we request the Office of Performance Evaluation Investigation the issue and provide information and make recommendations based on the questions. Let's see what they have. I'm having trouble scrolling it up, so I have to zoom in on the certain part. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see. My bad. Let me download this so that's not showing my email. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be careful, like Trish told me to be. So here I have it. That's the Perky DuPont one. I should have the new one. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to show it. That's how it is. Okay, so, all right. So I read that part to you there, and then let me close this here. Darn it! What is it doing to me here? Okay, there it is. Okay, so this is from Rochelle, and let me show it here. In the interest of the show, I'll take a risk. How would you evaluate the state of Idaho's unaliving investigations? Now, here clearly in the document, they are stating, now this is on official Boise, Idaho letterhead, and let me see who signed it. Representative Britt Raybould, Representative Colin Nash, and Representative Rod. So senators and congressmen are what did they say? That it's inconsistent. The funding and various challenges are being faced across the state of Idaho with unaliving investigations. Its fragmented and inconsistent approach improving the quality, is further stressing Idaho's fragmented, I just had a deja vu, and inconsistent approach. Improving the quality of unaliving investigation in Idaho could help us solve crimes. Let me fix my camera. Because everything breaks here, nothing half-assed, you. Well, at least it's not you this time, Bubbly. Okay, so let me do these messages. Where am I? Me, more me. Here we go. Okay. All right, there I'm back. And I'll get myself out of the way here, y'all. And again, all of you are contributing so much. And I don't know what you guys do for a living, but my goodness, you certainly understand everything coming out of this. Oh, Post Woke does? Okay, I'd love to watch that. I love Post Woke. We're a big fan of her here. Yeah, I couldn't find I thought I had your email, nothing I found. Yeah, I do, and I sent you an email. You've been too sick to respond, though. Okay, let's continue on with this document. It's not much more. Are statewide standards for unaliving investigations, unaliving investigators, and county coroners sufficient? What financial challenges do counties and their coroners face related to unaliving investigation? So they're calling it out. They see when they talk about high-profile recent crimes not being investigated correctly. What do you think they're talking about, guys? Who do you think they're pointing at? This is like, this might as well say Moscow, Idaho. Moscow, Idaho. I mean, great. Rochelle, if you're still in the chat, thank you so much. I didn't see this till just now, and you saw it here first, guys. I gotta say, the trends start here, and that's how I felt about Dinky's Meg Pizza today when I woke up and there everybody was on the chat. I love it. Yeah, Tanil, did you see the montage video that I did with that song? It's in my community page. If anybody would like to watch it, it's an old punk song from the 80s called Moscow, Idaho. And anyway, you can look at my community page and find it. And also check out Rolamado's page. He's got a lot of fantastic stuff in there. If somebody could put a link to Rolamado, please. What financial challenges the county? How could the quality of Idaho's unaliving investigation system be improved? And what role could the state play? So they're offering assistance because they see a problem. These are the senators, dude. And we've found out, I think we're finding out that it's not a lack of funding. It's a lack of going outside the circle. School Meadowhead, Raccoon, Screaming for Vengeance. A report from OPE answering these questions could educate the stakeholders on the issues surrounding Idaho's unaliving investigation system and help inform policy decisions for how state government can assist counties in improving unaliving investigations statewide, and he might as well just say specifically in Liptauh County. Am I right or wrong? Wow. Rochelle, round of applause, folks, for this lady. My goodness. Now we have Faster Pussycat. And I'll play this as, I guess, South Park.
Yeah, Timmy! 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 I got Timmy! I got Timmy! Timmy! You! Timmy! 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 Ah, Timmy! Timmy! Timmy!
Okay, wait a second. Oh my goodness, bro. Okay, who's this Faster Pussycat? Okay. I think Nick Reed owns Rossoni's Pizza in Weser, Idaho. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. And he's got a link for me. This is great. Thank you. He's also listed as the owner of I'm still laughing at the Weiser River Music Festival. Interesting. Well, I know he donates a lot of money to the school, or did, and he's a fifth-generation vandal. Festival, so there's a festival link to just like, and they canceled the festival, I believe, last year because of the incident with his son, right? The reason I think it's him is because the pic of the owner, Nick Reed, is in this article here. Let me open that. This is great. Thank you. My goodness. It's having a little trouble opening. There we go. Awesome. 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 Rizzoni's Pizza. Wasn't that the pizza place in The Interns? Rizzoni's Pizza, wasn't it? At the end of the movie there. Wow, Bubs, that's crazy. The geography stuff that you know just blows my mind. I mean, and you remember it all. I could read all that stuff and just completely forget it. I can't even remember the street names anymore.
Can you hear me?
Yay, there she is, folks.
Oh, I gotta go. I gotta be up in 4 hours. But yeah, it's crazy how I can't remember something from this morning, but then I'll remember something about Idaho, like just random facts. I have no more room in my brain for like everyday stuff.
You need to delete a couple files out of there.
Yeah, I need to defragment my brain.
Well, thank you so much for being on tonight and co-hosting with me. You were great, and I'm glad everything technically worked and we got it together.
I know.
We will have to do it again
next
time. There's so much more to follow. I have like 5 emails from you, and more people are contributing stuff. And
welcome to my world.
So we have a whole nother show to go, guys. I mean, I feel like we set the standard tonight. Don't you think?
ADHD not organize everything that I have. Like I'm just all of a sudden I'll remember something, but I wish I could tie it all together. I need a secretary.
It's a brain secretary.
Yeah, I need a brain secretary.
It's like
please.
56 terabytes of disgarbled
basically
information that just pops up when I give you the trigger words.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what it is. But then you ask me something like what I ate this morning. I'm like,
I'm at 99% sure that that's Timmy Reed's father.
Who?
If you're looking at the screen right now, I have the pictures up of Rizzoli's Pizza. And it's making me really hungry, actually. I had some pulled pork snack update for me. I'm going to have some pulled pork. And I had some banana pudding earlier. It was delicious.
Oh, I love banana pudding.
Man, it was so good. My neighbor made it for me. It was amazing. Same guy that brought me all those ribs that one day.
You got nice neighbors, not me.
I got some pretty cool neighbors, I tell you. So yeah, that I'm gonna say that's 100%. I'll pull up a picture here just to show you here.
All right, I'm not gonna let you suck me back in again. I was supposed to leave an hour ago.
Well, just 5 more minutes, Jen. Come on.
All right, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Five more minutes. Stick with us with this.
5 more minutes, Mom.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna tell Mom.
I knew you were gonna say it. 5 more minutes, Mom.
Let's see. We got the pictures of. I'm sure we have Timmy Reed. I'd probably be better off pulling up Timmy Reed, because it seems like there's a lot of Nick Reeds here. Am I spelling that right? I think Timmy Reed. Moscow. Moscow. And I'll do one of your things while you're here if you're gonna stay for 10 more minutes. Just 10 more minutes.
Now it's 10. I thought it was 5.
Oh, did I say 5, 10, 15, 20, 30? There's Fry. Where's the Timmy Reed case? And yeah, like if you weren't here earlier, I have been calling his lawyer practically on the daily, and the only time I got an answer, the executive assistant or whatever she is was very rude to me. Darn it! How am I not being? Am I spelling Reed right? I think so.
No, it's R-E-E-D.
Is it?
How'd you spell it?
I
yeah, Toes just said
R-E-I-D. I thought.
No, well, it is spelled that way as well, but I think yes, Toes said I think he spelled Reed wrong, so it's R-E-E-D.
Is it? Okay.
But Meanie said I have the link in the email.
Okay. Let me see if I can find it on my own. If I could just contribute anything to this show, guys, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
There's a picture of Timmy. Let's see if we go to the. Oh, look who is our favorite lady. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Meanie said I have the link in the email. The third link. Did you get an email from me?
Let me check. Chickity check yourself before you wreck yourself. Meanie, no, I don't see it yet. And I don't see any meanie in here. You might be going direct. Everything goes. See how I have to go to sent to see Jenn? Everything goes to my, what do you call it? Spam mail or whatever. I don't know why. Meanie, if you don't mind, send it to Kane U, Kane, the letter U, as in utter, 888 at Gmail, please. Because I want that now. We're on track though, at least. But I want to see this thing that you're sending me for this third link. I'd love to see that. Let's see. Okay, whenever you get
oh
your
my
chance.
freaking god! Did you check your spam folder?
Sleep is overrated. It's sad. It really is sad, Jen. I have no control, and you can go look when I go to an email, I star it or anything.
Go to your spam folder,
and you say move to or whatever, and there's no option move to.
Go to junk.
Inbox.
Go to junk on the left. Go to junk.
But it should be under all mail. Let me look at.
Oh yeah, there should be under all mail.
Spam. I have spam.
I think.
One email is different than the next on mine. I have that one and the other one, and that one includes the spam and one doesn't. One includes the sent, and one it's probably put it right in the trash.
Yeah, just check. Just check. Do you have spam? You have spam and junk? I don't understand.
No, I don't have spam and junk. I just have junk. I got junk in my trunk.
In the trunk? In the trunk? Is it in your trunk?
I don't even have a trunk. I got.
All right, I'm gonna hate you in the morning. I don't want to hate you.
Sleep is overrated. Really.
It's already morning, frankly.
We go late here, folks. We're a late night. We're a night owl crowd. Heather is the driving force behind that. I'll tell you that.
Meanie said, "Kane, last freaking time. It's from Faster Pussycat. You just read it.
Oh, Faster Pussycat. Okay, I didn't. You got to vet yourself. That Timmy thing. Okay. I have other stuff. Okay, so here's Meanie. All right. YouTube features shared. Pretty sure this is the same guy. They look the same, at least. Okay.
Bubbly said, "Don't show people's address. Don't be doxing people. You're doxing people."
I'm doxing myself, really.
Oh, you're doxing whoever sent you the email too.
Did I? Sorry. Are all these South Park? Hold on. Okay, this is the Timmy Reed article.
A Timu fish. What's a Timu fish?
Okay, here it is. Here it is. That is okay. So let's go back to the picture. Where's the picture now? Okay, there he is. Okay, so boom.
I don't even know what we're looking for.
And boom.
What are we looking for?
We're looking to see if this is Nick Reed at the pizza parlor, because Meanie thought that this guy looked like him, and this is the guy who does the festivals. Oh wait, this says owner Nick Reed. Okay, so that's him.
Well, there you go.
He just looks. There's another picture that's famous from the Nick Reed case, the Timmy Reed case, and this is Gressback here in the middle. I love how you guys can see what I'm doing. Gressback here in the middle, and I'll go back. This is the picture of Nick that I remember seeing. The other Jen, get out of the way. I remember seeing the picture that looked more like Nick Reed does in this picture. In this one, he doesn't look. Let's look at the nose. The nose always knows. His beard is thicker and he's a lot more pissed off. Let's look at the hair. His hair is longer.
You can't see his face. Oh, okay.
So it's hard to tell.
It says Nick Reed.
It does say Nick Reed though. So
that's him for sure. That's him definitely. Look, it looks exactly like. I'm just saying, it says his name. What's the question?
Okay, I gotta hide it again because I want to protect Meanie's secret address.
Meanie said it's a burner, so it doesn't matter.
It's a burner email.
Mine's a burner email. I have too much junk in my trunk.
I am a burner.
You are a burner email.
You know what? what's this one? Let's see what else Meanie has sent us.
All right, can I go now?
No, 5 more minutes.
You've
Come on.
you've had 8 minutes.
You didn't make Jimmy go.
I gotta go. Bye, everyone.
Okay, no stalkers. Have a great night.
Bye.
No hole diggers. Find the wallets.
No hole diggers. No hole diggers. Just hole diggers. No hole
Okay.
diggers.
Well, thank you again, Jen. Everybody, put a
Good
hand in the
night.
chat for Miss Jen, please. Thank you. She did a
Put a finger
fantastic
in the
job,
one.
and golf clap for you, my dear. And we'll see you next
Thanks.
time. The show's
All right,
not
good
over though.
night.
I'm still going, guys. We're still digging.
Okay, I'm gonna have FOMO, but I'm making myself get off.
Okay, you'll be listening though as you sleep, right?
I will. Yeah, of course.
It's like,
Bye.
no, Jen, no. Nobody wants you to leave. Put a clap in the chat if you love Jen. We love her, Jen.
Aw, love you guys.
So, all right, and that's Meanie. And
All
then
right, toodles.
See, they want you here.
I know I'm out. I clicked
Okay,
X.
so I
I'm
have a
clicking X.
PDF
Bye.
here, and I'm going to download this. And this is from. Let me see if I can download. There it goes. Hopefully it'll go. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to open this in another window and close this. Oh, I lost my hat. Thank you guys. I thought I lost OBS again, and we're going to shut it down. This is from Rochelle again, and I don't have an introduction to this, but it's in here somewhere. It won't open for some reason. I think it was still downloading. Okay. Warranty deed, no. It's in there. Every time, all it shows is my Perky DuPont thing. So I'm going to show it in my email, since it's a burner email anyway. And let me close this right quick here. Okay, so this is from Rochelle. And it's County Coroners and Unaliving Investigations. So let's take a look at here. Bubbly. I was just going to say, I hope you're still with us. This is right up your alley. Office of Performance Evaluations, Idaho Legislature. Office of Performance Evaluations, established in 94, the Legislative Office of Performance Evaluations under the Idaho Code. Its mission is to promote confidence and accountability. Joint legislative oversight. These are the people, the senators. Okay, I'm assuming one of those was named in the document that we just read. From Director, members of the Legislative Oversight Committee, Idaho is one of 28 states that rely on coroners to conduct, you don't know what I was saying, to conduct investigations into cause and manner of death. While the structure of Idaho's death investigation system is not unique, it lacks oversight and direction for coroners on many of their duties. Ding, 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 Rochelle again. Idaho Code is vague on several of these duties and responsibilities of the coroner, such as what constitutes an unattended unaliving, the roles of law enforcement, and the coroner at the scene of the unaliving, and when a coroner should conduct an autopsy. Instead of guidance from the state, county coroner officers have developed their own internal policies. Doing it their own way, guys. We did it my way. And procedures for unaliving investigations, creating a fractured and inconsistent unaliving investigation system across the state. So this is expounding upon the findings we came across earlier, that there is panic in the state. I don't know if they're state senators or if they're representatives in Washington. But there's panic in the upper levels of government about what's going on with the coroners, dude. And here's something that hardly anybody has looked at, and you guys are coming full steam with it. And I bow down to you guys. You're amazing. This show would be nothing without you guys. Justine Cooper. They make money from donating parts. My butt wins retinol every time. Now, that's interesting. That's scary, actually, that you say that. With especially the possible contributors coming out of Arizona type of thing, the homeless. where if you're homeless in Arizona, the homeless will tell you they can vanish, especially women, very easily. And there's nobody to keep track of that. Nobody's going to go. If you see a lady on the corner one day, are you going to be like, oh, she's not there bumming $1 off me today? Are you going to do an investigation and find out where she went? No. Okay, let's finish this one up here. This is good. We found that Idaho's autopsy rate is the 3rd lowest nationally and last among states with coroners. And yet I know that they have different terms for coroners. I think we saw that in the Theo Vaughn thing, but for our purposes, we'll call it coroners like he did. In addition, Idaho ranks last of all states in the autopsy rates for several metrics, such as for unalivings from homicide and child unalivings from external and unknown causes. Such a nice word, unknown causes. Isn't that? We have provided several policy considerations. I mean, how long have they had to get this crap together? And it takes a case like this to bring it out into the public eye? So, I mean, when I say we're on to something, this is fire, in my opinion. And I'm so glad you're here to discover all this with us, y'all. David Bird, especially you. If you put a glove or sock or stocking over the mic, it may sound better. It can eliminate. I never rocked the mic with the pantyhose. April Kitty. It's like I said. It is what it is. My fight is against the computer. Keeps downing my volume or whatever, lowering my volume as I speak, so I can't get a consistent mic level. I realize that this broadcast and the ones previous have a tinny sound, and there's no reverb or compression or anything to give it that radio voice. That wonderful Kiss FM. You're watching Thunder Radio. I'm just talking my normal voice, and this is how I sound. A lot of people like to do housework with me in the background and listen to my shows later, I'm told. And so for now, it is what it is. I have a mic collection like no other. I have at least 50 or 60 mics, really good mics. Unfortunately, the interface that's convenient for me to use to go into the computer. Thank you, Nothing Half-Assed. I know Nothing Half-Assed hates her voice, she always says. But as time goes by, I'll get better equipment. It's a struggle just to get by for me right now. So we're doing the best we can with what we have. This and the mic that my camera is taped to. I can't show it to you right now. It's a Snowball blue mic. Are the only USB mics I have available to do the broadcast with. So we're making do with what I have. However, the results of the show speak for themselves. And like I said, I understand that they do run long, but we come up with, obviously, a lot of the lighter side of the true crime, which we all need that release. I know that. I know Twiz knows that. Jenn and Heather clearly understand that. Heather is about the funniest chick on the planet and one of the smartest, and so is Jenn. And you guys too. But then we come across these findings, and it does make you wonder if there are other creators out there that are, it said, diversionary or, whatever. Because if you're looking at my email and you're going to hack me, don't do it. Uh, if you're looking at man, I got dumb again. Okay, forget it. So I'm done with this tab. I have another tab open that I want to share some things with you guys from, and then I'll let you all go to bed. It's getting late. I know it's. Oh my gosh, it's 3:15. I thought it was 1:50. Somebody said it was 1. Now it's 3. So I believe that most of them are in this window. Let me see what we got here. So I want to say again, for cold and covered, this church in Tennessee, if you see the picture here, this is what's happening in that town. So you can imagine they could use all of your help. Please, if you can, donate and help them out through this time. And you can always count on the generosity of strangers. And I hope that someone is able to do something nice for at Cold and Covered's church and town. That would be wonderful. So let me dig through this and see where I'm at exactly. I think this may be the wrong one anyway. Yeah. Okay, there's one more. Where are you, number 3? Number 3. That was it. Okay. So let's see some of these stories that I have for you all today. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So can you see? Yeah. All right. And you can hear me okay? Hey, Robert, how are you today? So this is Pete Rose passed away. We went over that. And then this was the Gilligan's Island conspiracy, which I just thought that alone was funny. This story I'll come back to in a sec. It's a little bit longer. And she got answers, which are rare in cold cases, which is nice. Okay, so this one I had for Heather. I don't know if she's just listening or if she's still in the chat. If you're not familiar with this asteroid that is the second moon right now, it's in Earth's orbit, halfway between the Earth and the moon. I don't know that it's necessarily in orbit with the moon. And they're asking, the question I wanted to answer was, can you see it with the naked eye, or do you need a telescope? Because it's very small compared to the moon. It's an asteroid. And there's another one headed our way in 2046, I learned while looking at this. On Sunday, September 29th, Earth captured a second moon, literally, that will accompany our planet on its journey around the sun for the next 2 months. The clingy space rock is actually a near-Earth asteroid named 2024 PTS, which measures at about 33 feet wide, about the length of a school bus. It was snagged by Earth's gravity during an unusually close approach. Lucky us. This mini-moon is predicted to orbit our planet for just 57 days. On November 25th, the asteroid will break free of Earth's influence and resume its regular orbit of the sun and astronomers. Now, let me see. They got researchers' notes here. They didn't answer their own damn question. Oh, Lord, I got to accept these. I guess I will. I'm going to, with all the stars already in the sky, I'm going to assume that you can't see it with the naked eye. They're not answering the question here that I see. Asteroid dead or nothing. That's lame. That's pretty lame. But, you know, it was from MSNBC, so what do you want? Let's see if there's a video or anything with it. And they ask the question, but they don't answer it. Research notes. Let's see if I missed something. Continue reading. There we go. Yay. While the idea of a second moon may sound surreal and exciting, it will be a mostly invisible travel companion. Measuring at least 300,000 times smaller than our permanent moon, the new mini-moon is far too tiny to be visible with the naked eye. And commercial backyard telescopes and stargazing binoculars won't help much either. That's interesting. The object is too small and dim for typical amateur telescopes and binoculars. Study says a professor. However, the object is well within the brightness range of typical telescopes used by professional astronomers. That means the only way to see Earth's new moonlet, that's cute, will be to wait for researchers at a professional observatory to release images of it. However, in the meantime, you can look for the bright comet that will be visible in the morning sky until Wednesday, October 2nd. Here's everything you will need to know. And let me copy the link and I'll post it in the chat if you'd like to research that more. Is it made of cheese? Get out of here, you. Hopefully that link will take. There it goes. Yes, Heather. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Sorry. What did I miss, Heather? You going to have a freak out? What do you got, Heather? Kane, yes. Did I get struck? Did I get copyright struck? What happened? I'm fake news? How am I fake news? This is off another website. What are you talking about, Heather? What's going on? You want to come up here? I'll put the link in the chat. What did your guest say there, Robert? Heather doesn't answer questions, so I don't know. What? Fake news. Okay, all right. I don't know what was fake about the moon, the moonlet. Let's see. Hopefully I didn't get copyright struck. Let's see here. Okay, so the next thing is this is North Carolina. I didn't realize that North Carolina got it so bad. Wow. That is flooded, man. I think I have a picture here of...
As floodwaters recede from rivers and...
Zero sugar, zero artificial sweeteners. Tear, whole...
Yikes.
Out by mere inches.
Walked up the stairs and there was mud, and then the last stair was completely clean, and then the porch was completely clean. So, just somebody was looking out for me.
It's been days since thousands of families had power, cell phone signal, clean water, or a working sewer system.
Just to flush the toilets. We can't even flush our toilets. So our house is, getting pretty bad with the smell.
Neighbors and complete strangers are pulling together using social media to organize their own helicopter relief missions to the hardest hit communities.
They're privately owned and privately flown. All of the helicopters that you see on the ground right now, these are all private citizens helicopters. They volunteered their time, they volunteered their effort to come out. Yeah. The stores are out of food, the stores are out of water, the gas stations shut down, there's no power.
Hundreds of families waited hours in line for deliveries of fresh water in Black Mountain.
I really appreciate everything they've done because we really needed the water, so that's really been great. It was awful. I was a nervous wreck.
Elizabeth Ballou's small community of Swannanoa was one of many hit hard. The violent flash flooding sending a wall of water, rocks, and mud through these mountain towns and downstream into Asheville.
It rained Wednesday, Thursday, and she came Friday. So you can imagine all that rain.
Nice copyright strike for Crest. I love it.
Plus that wind. I mean, everything she could move, she moved.
In the middle of all of this destruction and debris, we saw Destiny Garcia walking down this street just minutes after she found an unexpected sign of hope that was caked in mud.
I'm military, so flags aren't supposed to touch the ground, and I mean, there's everything everywhere. People are looting and stuff. I'm gonna go home and wash it and probably hang it up on my porch or something. I guess I saw this as a sign of, we're gonna get through this. There's hope at the end of the day. You just gotta have faith.
Families and volunteers now coming together helping each other after a storm they'll never forget. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Waddell.
That is really sad. That is really, really sad, y'all. Look at that. That is wanton destruction. Jeez. Oh, you could play that all day. Man. Okay, let's move on. You had to bring up Nancy Grace with nothing that fast. Here we go. Now I'm going to have her up here. This was, okay, so his name is John Ashton. He passed away recently, or yesterday, or today, or whatever. There was a picture of him, but now they got the Ozempic commercial instead. But he was in Beverly Hills Cop. He was the older, there's a picture of him there. If you remember him, he passed away. Rest in peace. Okay, so here is the thing Heather was talking about. The Ring of Fire solar eclipse will be visible to just one lucky U.S. state this week. A Ring of Fire eclipse will be visible to just one state during blah, 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 blah. They don't say what state here. Let's see if we continue reading. Thank you. The eclipse will occur mostly over the water in the Pacific, so I guess California, over Easter Island. Oh, Hawaii will be the U.S. state. There you go. So if you're in Hawaii, you will be able to see it briefly. It's a ring-shaped sliver of the sun that, because the moon is at a point in its orbit that's farther from Earth, the moon is just not quite big enough to cover the sun, said Carolyn Summers. Okay, so there you have that. That's fake news, too. All right, there's Streamlabs, there's Ninja, there's that document. Now, I think everybody was with us on this with Scott Perky and 112 King Road Transfer on that. Let's see if we skip ahead. Okay. All right, you guys. That is all I have for you this evening. And I think we made a lot of ground. I want to thank everybody in the chat for contributing and being hilarious AF. I can't even believe. So, such an honor to have you back. Nothing half-assed. I'm so glad to see you. And I wanted to go to this real quick before we go. Oops, I misspelled it. It'll pop up right here. There we go. And I'm going to put a link to Rolamata here. And so you guys can check out his awesome work. I wonder that too, Robert. It would be very enlightening to see the crime scene, but we will never be giving that opportunity. Let me look in my. I'm gonna hide you real quick, and I'm gonna look in my email for just a moment because I had a bunch of stuff in there, and I was thinking to save it for another show, but. Let's see if we can't dig into a little bit deeper. Okay, here's the gift deed. Rochelle's we did. Thank you for that, Rochelle. Bubbly Waters contributed something. I'm going to go ahead and open this.
So this story is the reason I stopped making content for 5.
Okay, so this is the story I played on one of my lives. And I will skip ahead a little bit because I don't want to get a strike on this. But this is the guy. If you were watching earlier, I don't mind staying live now. Heather, can you tell me? I mean, I know you don't answer the question, but if you could tell me if this is I'm sure this is a monetized channel. Will I be able to play this? I played it on the live all the way through, and I didn't have a problem, but they've changed the AI, they've changed the rules, and so if I get the thumbs up from Heather, I'll go ahead and play it through. Otherwise, and I'll pause it along the way. I love being with you guys, so excuse me, I gotta stand up a second. Holy crap. Oh, my butt hurts so bad. Holy crap. Oh, man. Oh, there we go. That's better. Oh, Lord in heaven. Woof. Oh, I call him Danielle. Heather, I'll get you one of these days. Yeah, Danielle's the way to go there. You're thinking of Daniel, not me. So this is the initiation when you're coming up in Hollywood. Heather, I'm gonna put the link, and you tell me if this is okay to play. I'm very nervous because if I get another strike, they suspend me for a week. I got a warning the other day, and they won't let you post or go live or do a show or anything. This is a really great story, as a matter of fact. I think I might have played it from Bubbly's channel. Is this from your channel? No, this is from his channel. The drunk chicken, I love it. So he was invited, and I'll skip the beginning part and go to the rooms. Heather, you working on that for me, hon? She ignored me. Okay, I'll just go ahead and play a little bit into it as he gets to the party. Now, okay, so he was invited to this Hollywood party, and he was coming up on YouTube with his friend, like I said, and he was warned before he went. Yeah, I think. What's the nope? What's the nope, Heather? I don't. It's hard to get an answer out of you, darn it. He was coming up on YouTube, and him and his friend. He was warned. The friend, he warned him, but he wasn't listening. I do have a few other channels. I have this just in, which Viviana had taken down, and they reinstated. This is it right here, if you want to check it out. I haven't done anything on it, but it is there if I need it. But for some reason, I was in the chat doing my Demetrius thing or whatever, and she asked me what my channel was, and thankfully I referred her to that one, and within 5 minutes, it was taken down. And so you can take that for whatever it may be, but it was very peculiar timing, to say the least, and it's a channel I never used, so they said due to a consistent breaking of policies of YouTube, we are removing your channel. And I'm like, how in the hell did I break policies if I've never done anything with it? And Bubbly can back me up on how weird that whole situation was. So they attacked a channel that had nothing going on, and yet they continue. They continue to proliferate in YouTube and attack people in the same way, seemingly unchecked, for all I know. But I thought it was very odd that happened. Maybe, Heather, I don't know. Can you tell me if this is monetized, Bubbly, or Heather, or anyone that I'm going to have to worry that I'm going to get it? I've played it before, but I think it was through Bub's channel. Anyway, so the background story, he was coming up on YouTube. Him and his friend were invited to this party by this agent that they did not know. And so they went to the party. They were invited in. And in the first room, I said earlier, Yeah, that I think that will help, and that's what got me through. Yeah, I'll try the pause thing, and then I'll put something partially blocking the screen. I'll put Jenn. That's a great idea, P Fox. Thank you. You've always been a true friend. And I can put on a little keyboard music or something here, maybe. Let's see what we got. Nothing too loud. Okay, let's try her idea. I turned my amp off. We'll just go with the pause thing. Thanks for the help, Heather. Appreciate it. Let me take a look here. I might have Robert. Robert, would you like to come up for a minute and talk about what happened in your chat? I'd like to hear that story. I was not there for that, unfortunately. I was joking earlier that you stole my show because we did basically doppelganger shows, and when I was watching yours last night, I was joking to Heather about it. And I made a comment. Hopefully he doesn't steal this one. Obviously kidding. But you're welcome to come up, Robert, if you would like. But I want to get through this real quick. So he was invited in, and then the first room was filled with celebrities in the opera masks, the Italian. Somebody will correct me, but the opera mask. Thank you for coming, Heather. We appreciate it, and all your hate. I'm sure you'll report to Viviana all my comments, right? And she'll deny it. Yeah, that was the first time I heard that name, and I want to say it might have been in one of Robert. It was in Robert's. That's another reason I'd love to have you up here, Robert, if you're still with us. It was in Robert's chat. And I believe Rock Chalk was, I don't want you to mod. You are the executive producer, however. And you have responsibilities to feed me. And you do well. And I was doing my many character thing. And I was actually just adding subs and likes for Robert. But when, Rock Chalk saw Demetrius is in the chat. It became this huge troll issue, and I said, No. I'm just here. Thank you, Miss John E. Knapp. It was wonderful to have you. Good night. Nanny boo boo. It ended up in purgatory. The link. Yeah, I did have to delete my last show. As I wasn't in a very good mood on that show because I thought that tell it to L. Yeah, you were there, Heather. You remember? That's right. I forgot. It was when Robert first was starting out. I got two stories going on at the same time. Sorry. And I was just adding subs for him. And Robert's cool. Robert wasn't worried about it. But then, Rock Chalk went to, well, we got a troll in the chat. And so, of course, if you're gonna harass me or call me out, I'm gonna let you have it. And where I was doing a good deed, it turned into this Demetrius is in the chat. It was an ongoing joke for a while. Robert and I have discussed it before. It's funny to both of us. And it turns out that down the line he had issues that I saw that day with Rock Chalk. However, so I believe it was Viviana in the chat that day, right, Heather? Puddle of Mud stole my song, Nothing Half-Assed. Psycho, the song Psycho. Anyway, so they definitely made it their own, for sure, and I'm not going to vet them on it, but I know where it came from. And the girlfriend I wrote it for texted me. She's like, I was quite disappointed. So, yeah, she struck my channel somehow. She had, I don't know, maybe she submitted that I was harassing people or whatever it was, that was her solution. And she continues to do it to Bubbly. She continues to do it to other people, and I'm sure maybe she'll try to do it to my channel. I wouldn't be surprised. It's the only outlet that many of these people have, because they don't have the truth on their side. And so by taking down other channels that are seeking the truth, I don't know Burpee to now. I at the time I wasn't too thrilled about it. I had to wait for a couple days for YouTube to respond because there's no support whatsoever. All the money that's brought in. Yeah, we know, Heather. Yeah, not a fan. But anyway, they continue to do it and get away with it. So that was a long, long time ago. Whatever it is, under the bridge. I'm not holding any grudges, talking smack about anybody. I do not have time for that. Clearly, I am here to solve this case and nothing else. And if you want to be anti-Semitic in this community, you can take that elsewhere. I will speak out against that. And if you want to be a racist, I will speak out against that. And I don't think you have any place here if you're using that type of approach at all. You do not belong in here. We have a very tight community of good people that wholeheartedly care about not only the issue at hand, but the larger issue. This is a small battle in the bigger fight. So anyway, this guy was invited to this party, up-and-coming YouTuber, him and his friend, and the first room they go to, they meet all these celebrities, super friendly, and then the next room they go into, it's a casino in this guy's house, okay? And so this is like an image of the house type of thing. And so the first room is just that. And then the second room, he'll show right
along
here.
with it. So I guess these parties start off with a big game of limbo. It's funny seeing people dressed so nicely playing a silly child's game, but it's even weirder seeing A-list celebrities being so excited to play. Because everybody had masks on, but when somebody that you grew up watching in movies walks by you with a quarter of their face covered, you still know it's them. I was amazed with how inviting and willing to introduce themselves these people were. I was expecting at least an undertone of uppityness in there, but it seemed like everybody was involving everybody in conversation, and they were frequently introducing themselves to me with their alias, of course. The only thing weird about it was something that I didn't notice until the third person did it. When they shook my hand, they pressed their thumb into the soft part between my thumb and my pointer finger, and I only recognized the pattern because the third guy gave me a big smile and said, "This must be your first time here." In retrospect, this should have alarmed me, but it seemed like they got friendlier when they realized that it was my first time here, so I didn't really think anything of it. But before I got to ask any follow-up questions about this odd handshake, the first grandfather clock chime went off, and everybody excitedly rushed into the second room. When I finally got in there, I was taken aback by the dramatic decor change. Everything in this room was different shades of blue. The music was romantic and all the furniture was cabana beds and love seats. I stood there for a second trying to realize what was different, but I couldn't put my finger on it until some girl walked by and caressed my shoulder in a really flirty manner. The decor changed, but the way everybody was acting was drastically different. Before, everybody seemed to be outgoing and inviting and friendly, but the second they stepped foot into this room, they became touchy, flirty, and suggestive. I was only 19 at the time, so this type of behavior from people that I saw as adults made me extremely uncomfortable, especially when I saw that the cabana beds had curtains that you could close for privacy. And I realized that these people weren't just being suggestive, they meant it. I tried to give David the eyes that I didn't like where this party was going, but he seemed to be really enjoying the female attention, so I was...
That's the theme throughout this documentary, is that he keeps warning his friend that he was warned and to be careful, and the friend does not listen. So let's continue on.
On my own. I basically stayed in perpetual motion and walked laps until the next chime went off, so I didn't have to sit next to anybody for too long and let them get too comfortable. The clock finally went off and everybody rushed to the next room immediately. The weirdest part was the people that were in the private sections didn't even bother redressing except for the mask. I was in no rush to get to the next room, but I could see into it over the crowd of everybody's head. The walls were bright orange, but the smells that...
So he says they didn't bother redressing. They went to these private areas and I guess basically had sex and then just continued on in the party like nothing happened. Heather, stop.
were wafting in from that room were amazing. And when I finally got in there, it was like the Hogwarts feast. It was table after table of the most delicious spreads I've ever seen. There was full tables for seafood, full tables for meats, full tables of sushi, and an entire wall of spirits. I almost started enjoying myself again. Until I saw the way these people were treating this food. They were disrespectfully biting chunks out of delicious prime rib roasts. They were just shoving copious amounts of high-grade sashimi into their mouths and eating caviar like it was cereal. The way that they were just grabbing with their hands and just spitting out things that they didn't like onto the floor ruined my appetite. At this point, I wanted nothing to do with these people. So I went up to the only familiar face in the room. The agent that invited me was the only other person not eating. So I approached.
So this agent that invited him is more or less being a dick all through the rest of this party. He's not guiding him in any way. So it's making him difficult to not take the heed the warning that he was given to not even go to this party. But of course, curiosity overcame him.
Him and lifted up my mask so he'd recognize me, considering we'd only met one time. Before I even got out my greeting or got my mask halfway off my face, he abruptly pressed my mask back into place and sharply said, "Mask stay on till the 6th room." He did it in a way that seemed like I was embarrassing him for not knowing the rules. So to ease the tension, I jokingly replied, "So we're only halfway there, huh?" He didn't laugh or make eye contact. He just dismissively replied, "I encourage you to engage in the festivities. A slow drip is better than a flood." He started to walk towards the door as the clock chimed for the next room, like he knew it was about to go off. I didn't like that interaction at all. He's the one that invited me here, and he seemed to have no interest in talking to me. I just kept going over what he said the entire time while we were in the next room. This room was yellow and basically just a casino. I wanted to talk to David privately and let him know that I wanted to leave, but he seemed to just be caught up in the momentum of the party. Plus, there was a roulette table in the room, and David's freakishly good at roulette. So at this point, the winning streak that he's building is the center point of the party. I can't fully focus on what the agent said to me because I have to pretend to be excited about David's winning streak in a fake casino where you're not actually winning money. And like clockwork, the chime goes off. The entire party starts rushing to the next room again, and the vibe changes dramatically. I'm the last person to walk into the bright red room. This room didn't seem to have a specific activity like the others. It was just empty and bright red, and everybody was whispering to each other. For a split second, I thought it might be a big game of telephone or something silly like that, but as I started walking through and brushing shoulders with these people and hearing what they were saying to each other, I started questioning everything. The same people that I saw laughing and celebrating and eating together were whispering the most heinous, offensive comments directly to each other. I mean things that you wouldn't even say behind your friend's back, they were saying it to their face. I'm talking friendship-ending secrets and personal opinions about each other laced with envy and jealousy. I hurried to a quiet corner because I was sick of hearing everybody's dirty laundry after walking around for a minute and a half. And it all...
That right there is pretty scary. And the fact that the person that brought you there is not only not helping you, is making you feel out of place is just weird.
Clicked. I knew exactly what this party was. I see the host ask the first person in line a question before having them repeat something that he said. When I tell you I am done with this party, I'm absolutely not doing that. All the dots start connecting in my head while everybody's being horrible to each other around me. I'm trying to recap the whole night and remember the order of each room to solidify my suspicions, but the chime for the next room goes off. This time, everybody gets eerily quiet and calm, like they got all of their venom out. The host of the party announces for all of the newcomers to come to the front. All of the attendees form a single file line in front of the next room's door. There's about 10 other newcomers in front of me and David, and the agent that invited us is standing to the left of the door, and the host of the party is standing to the right. The host...
That's funny that you say that, Tanella. That's exactly what my mom always said. If we couldn't laugh, we'd cry. So if you find yourself in a bad situation, always this girlfriend used to always quote her grandmother, and she'd say, things always get better in the end. If it's not better, it's not the end. I always thought that was cute. But it seems to be true. So hang in there.
There's a pile of books on the table next to him. I see the host ask the first person in line a question and then grab a book based on his answer. He would present the book to the person and place a diamond-shaped metal symbol on top of it before having them repeat something that he said. Then he'd take their mask off and let them enter the next room. I couldn't make out exactly what he was doing until there was only 2 people ahead of me in line. The books were Bibles, Qurans, Torahs, and so on. He would ask the person, "And which one is yours?" Whichever they chose, he'd grab it and place the metal symbol on top of it. He'd have you put your hand on top of the metal symbol and then repeat, "I am my own God, I bow to nobody but myself." When I tell you I am done with this party, and I whip my head around and I tell David I am absolutely not doing that. David whispered back in a joking tone like he always does, "Dude, it's just a party, who cares, I'll see you in the next room." And he skipped me in line to show me that he'd do it first to make me feel more comfortable. He went through with it and giggled his way into the next room. It was my turn, so I tried to play it cool and whisper to the host, "Do you mind if I skip this part? It's making me a little bit uncomfortable." I thought he'd subtly break character and reassure me that this is just a party theme and it's all good. Instead, he whispered back to me in a really kind tone, "Of course, man, don't worry about it. Just take your mask off and turn around." I was relieved.
You'll see how lucky he is here in a second.
For about a split second, before the agent that invited me here grabbed my arm and started guiding me towards the exit. And I see that everybody that was behind me in line staring at me straight-faced. I looked.
Now my mic is working. Now it's too loud, sorry. I don't know what's going on with this computer.
Back at the host, and he's standing up and loudly shouts like he's starting a chant. The price was not paid. And then everybody in line that was staring at me chants in unison like they knew exactly what to do. "Remove the profane." And they repeat it over and over until I'm through the exit door. "The price was not paid. Remove the profane. The price was not paid. Remove the profane." So the agent just walks me to the closest door. He doesn't even walk me to the front of the party and out the front door. He just puts me out into the backyard. It's 4 a.m. My friend's still inside. I don't have my phone, so I decide to walk around the right side of the house because that's where all of the party attendees were kind of headed. Let me see if I could peek in and maybe flag down David to let him know I got kicked out. And there's some windows to the next room, but of course these windows are like big church stained glass windows, and you can't really see through stained glass windows like the colored ones, but if you go really close and you look through the white parts, you could kind of see clearly what is on the inside. And this room is like a bizarre church replica without all of the seating. It's just a big church-like room, and all of the people that were in there had their masks off, and it was like a big circle and it almost looked like an initiation, and all of these celebrities are standing around in a circle around the other 9 new people. It was 10 excluding me, and there was.
So he's looking in through the clear part of the stained glass window, and he's gonna see something that he doesn't want to see, that he regrets seeing.
Big TV grade cameras recording, and it looked like the group of celebrities and everybody else that was there was kind of cheering them on, but then there was clearly people in there that were much more serious and kind of threatening, and the 10 new people were in the middle of this room being forced to do horrible things that I wish I could unsee. And the new people clearly didn't want to do these things. They were being forced to do these things, and they were clearly recording it. And I see my friend being forced to do these horrible things in front of these people and in front of these cameras. I just start panicking.
He's inside looking. No, he's looking inside from the outside. They escorted him to a side door, and he's looking through one of the clear parts of a stained glass window. And in this room, they have a circle, and there's television-grade cameras or movie-grade cameras recording everything that's going on, and they're forcing his friend and the other newbies to the party to do these, let's just say, horrible acts. And you can use your imagination on what kind of freak-off that was.
I don't know what to do. So in my head, I'm like, I just need to get out of here. So I start speed walking to the front of the house, and I'm thinking I need to get out of this gate. There's only one street. We're on Laurel Canyon, so it's either I go left and start running towards Studio City, or I go right and start running towards West Hollywood. I'm not about to go knock on other people's doors. I'm just trying to get back to like civilization, and I'm trying to remember if we're closer to Studio City or if we're closer to West Hollywood. I don't even know. As I get to the front of the house, one of the employees is standing there, and he's standing in front of a car, and he has my phone. I'm not sure if he knows that I just saw everything, so I'm kind of standing there deer in headlights, but he just politely goes, "Here's your phone and here's your ride. Don't worry, the driver will take you home." So I take my phone and I sit in the car, and I'm trying to gauge to see if this driver has any malicious intent, but he doesn't seem to. And within the first 3 minutes, I know that they don't think I saw anything. They were just getting my stuff prepared and my car prepared to take me home, because they're under the impression that I didn't see anything too bad, and I got kicked out before any horrible things started happening to people inside of this party. So I get in the car and I'm checking my phone. My phone was fully charged when I got here, so I don't know what they did, but my phone won't turn on. I have to sit through this 30-minute car ride. One of my best friends is back at this party getting mistreated and recorded doing horrible things.
There's nothing you can do about it. They're going to drive him home. Do you want these people knowing where you live? Can you imagine now? So the only thing that I can gather from all this is that this is what they use on you for blackmail. And that's one of the ways that they induct you into the order. So clearly this is getting scary, but it gets scarier down as we go on here. So watch this.
And I can't tell anybody. So I get through this 30-minute horrible, suspense-filled car ride, thinking about all of the people that were so nice to me inside of this party, and the whole intent of this party was to butter me up to get me to do these horrible things. And when I finally get back to my apartment, I run upstairs, I plug my phone into the charger, and the first texts that come through are from my friend Joe. And I completely forgot that my friend Joe was coming to visit me. He was coming on a little mini vacation, and I was gonna play tour guide and show him around the city. So now I'm thinking I only have like 4.5 hours to sleep before I have to go pick up my friend from the airport. And I still don't know if my other friend is okay. So I'm blowing up David's phone because he's still at this party, but I set a timer so I get to the airport to pick up my other friend. So I barely get any sleep. I drive to LAX to go pick up Joe, and I drive him back to my apartment. And when I'm coming back into my apartment, David's in the lobby and he's talking to some other big creators, like bouncing video ideas. It's like 9:30, 10 a.m. at this point, so we're just kind of having coffee by the cafe and chatting. I tell Joe to go upstairs to my apartment and drop off his luggage, and I go ask David if I could talk to him really quick. I'm clearly very distressed, and he's being very jokey with me, and he doesn't seem like anything bad happened, and he's just kind of making fun of me for getting kicked out of the party. I'm just letting him talk for a little bit, and I finally tell him I was looking in through the next window. I saw what they made him do, and I was just asking him if he's okay. And the second I said that, he immediately switched on me, and he started damn near cussing me out and saying friendship-ending things, and his eyes turned from happy and giddy to filled with almost fear and a little bit of betrayal. When he stormed off, he pulled out his phone and he was calling somebody as if he was like reporting something back to them. I immediately start freaking out. I assume that he's telling them that I saw what they did, and now I have my friend upstairs who thinks he's just on vacation when I just saw hyper-successful, rich people doing unspeakable acts, and they have all of the resources to come after me. They know where I live, and David isn't even on my side because the dirt that they have on him now. I have to pretend that everything's okay to Joe because he flew all the way out here for a vacation, and I don't even really know how bad the situation is. I don't even know how to tell him about everything that happened the night before, and I promised Joe.
So anyway, he goes on to say that they start messing with him, and they literally he has his friend Joe visiting him the next day, and Joe asks, "Oh, where's the creamer? You're out of creamer. Why don't you go to the store and get him one? Get some creamer." And then he didn't go to the store, yet the creamer was in the refrigerator, and all this stuff that they start messing with him, and break into his car and do weird stuff like leave the blinkers on, and they changed the knob on his gear shift. But it gets pretty crazy because his friend who was visiting was a cop, so he didn't want to tell him about it, but he ends up telling him about it. And then he ends up moving to Arizona.
That we're going to go to Runyon Canyon this morning. So he goes.
And to get away from it all. And they finally started leaving him alone. Did Jeff H get this from Chat GPT? So anyway, that was the one. Let me take a look. What did you put in the chat here, Heather? I guess Robert's not coming up. He must have gone to bed like most normal people. Let's see what we got here. The Scottish Rite Masonic Museum and Library blog. I think I came across this. No, I didn't. Okay. The Adventures of Foxy Grandpa Freemason, or who is he? And let's move me over here. From 1900 to 1918, cartoonist Carl Edward Schultz drew a popular comic strip about an old man and his young grandsons. Unlike the Cats and Jammer Kids and other cartoons in which children get the better of their parents and grandparents, Schultz wanted the grandpa to be the smart one. Thus, Foxy Grandpa was born. He plays practical jokes on the boys or makes their practical jokes on him backfire. The comic strip's popularity led to related products for sale, from toys and postcards to ornaments and doorstops. They also included the doll seen here. Made by Art Fabric Mills Company of New York, the dolls were sold in printed clothes sheets meant to be cut out, sewn, and stuffed. In a December 1904 issue of McCall's magazine, the dolls were advertised for 25 cents. Malted cereal companies also promoted them. The museum doll is now featured in the exhibition Curator's Choice. Carl Schultz, am I saying that right? Schultze? Signed the cartoon's Bunny, his childhood nickname, along with a drawing of a rabbit. The doll holds a rabbit, Schultze's alter ego, under his arm. The museum purchased the doll in 1977. Because of the watch fob he wears, which features a square and compasses, a common Masonic symbol. However, no one at the museum has been able to identify a Masonic connection for the character. We haven't found any evidence that Schultze was a Mason, nor have we seen any references to Masonry in his cartoons. Then a few weeks ago, I discovered a book entitled Foxy Grandpa Rides the Goat for sale. As mentioned in an earlier post, some late 19th and early 20th century initiation rituals involved gags, such as pushing a hoodwinked, blindfolded candidate around a lodge with on a wobbly wheeled fake mechanical goat, one of which we have in the museum's collection. I thought the book's title might be a reference to Freemasonry, as did my colleagues in the various collections departments. So we purchased the book and were disappointed to find only one reference to the Freemasonry in the book. Come and ride our goat, dear Grandpa. We see you're a Mason true, said the boys as they glanced below at the mortar on his shoe. Between the watch fob and the poem, it seems clear Schultze was familiar with Freemasonry. Membership in Masonic lodges was at a peak in the early 1900s, so even the uninitiated likely learned about the fraternity through friends, colleagues, and family members who were Masons. Schultz's references to Freemasonry are rather subtle, perhaps noticeable only to those who are looking for them, especially since we have not been able to identify a lodge that Schultze belonged to. These clues seem like his wry joke, in the same vein as the cartoon itself. If you know anything about Carl E. Schultz, Masonic membership, or activities, please leave a comment. The trick chair, eh? That sounds crazy. Is this the brief life of the modern woodman's trick chair? The Modern Woodmen of America is a fraternal benefit society that was founded in 1883. They are still around today, existing as an insurance company. One of the many that started as a fraternal benefit society, complete with initiation ceremonies and rituals, but which eventually focused primarily on providing insurance. They are part of a larger group of fraternal insurance companies, and by way of recognizing their fraternal roots, they still emphasize both fraternity and community. But set your minds back nearly 100 years ago when the Modern Woodsman's drill team, the Foresters, let me see if I can pull this mic up again and hold it. Where was I? Meant learning secret ritual work and promising to uphold certain moral values. All of this ritual work required props and costumes, and during the heyday of the fraternalism, and during the heyday and early 20th century, companies that supplied fraternal regalia and supplies did a booming business. Sometimes the fraternities themselves were the suppliers of all the material culture needs of a logical fraternity group. The MWA calls these camps, which are synonymous with lodges in Freemasonry, and other fraternal groups. Pictured here is the cover of the official 1911 supply catalog of Modern Woodmen of America. And it says on the cover, Supply Catalog 1911 Supply Department, latest quotations on supplies and paraphernalia of all kinds of the use of camps, foresters' teams, and neighbors. So, okay. The inside cover of this catalog has a few interesting notes, one entitled Trick Chair Eliminated. In 1894, a revision to the ritual, the Modern Woodmen of America introduced the fraternal degree, a degree which involved a series of mock, somber ceremonies, all involving various trick and gag props designed to make the candidate look foolish or humiliated depending on your point of view, while making the other members laugh. Although it was at the beginning of the 20th century a sanctioned gag with an officially recognized degree of the Modern Woodmen of America by 1909, the trick chair was deemed to have violated one of the organization's bylaws, which prohibited the use of hazardous appliances. And so the MWA committee in charge of degree wrote the trick chair out of the official ritual in 1910. Although not necessarily in practice, banning its use pictured is a page from the premium book, a supplemental supply catalog that was published by the Modern Woodmen of America for its members. Although updated, this catalog states the new ritual permits the use of following articles. We know that this particular supply catalog was published before 1909, revisions to ritual which eliminated the trick chair. So here's a picture of the trick chair and a history of the Modern Woodmen of America, written and published by the group in 1935, put it more succinctly in their comment on the 1910 revisions of the ritual. A number of the hazardous and undignified parts of fraternal degree were dropped. In addition to the elimination of the trick chair, the 1911 supply catalog also notes that the lung tester, judgment stand, and boxing outfit had also been discontinued. These disconnections appear to have been the direct result of a number of lawsuits that some injured candidates had brought against the Modern Woodmen of America in the first decade of the 20th century. So they had all this fun little gaggy stuff to get you in there in the beginning, and now it's just some bingo parlor ritual thing that I don't see. And there was Heather had pointed out to me a article not long ago that it displayed panic in the ranks of the Masons as the current generation is showing less interest in secret societies and joining in fraternity groups. And they were trying to find alternate ways to recruit them, one of them which being scholarships. Although usually not sanctioned by the fraternal groups, the equipment for performing these gags on new initiates were readily available from the same companies that supplied regalia, lodge furniture, and other supplies to various fraternal organizations. Probably the most well-known gags involved pushing a hoodwinked candidate around a lodge room on a wobbly, wheeled, fake mechanical goat. Indeed, riding the goat was central to MWA's fraternal degree. William D. Moore, in an article called Riding the Goat, Secrecy, Masculinity, and Fraternal Hijinks in the United States, 1845 to 1930, makes a compelling case that the goat's popularity, and I would add the popularity of other related hijinks, took hold at a time when ideas of American masculinity were reshaping themselves. Moore concluded that in part, riding the goat, and by extension, related gags and tricks, can be seen as an experiment with evading the strictures of Victorian deportment, whatever that means, Of course, many people were concerned about this kind of hazing even as it was happening. The existence of such gags and hazing, whether sanctioned or not, is in stark contrast to most fraternal degree rituals, which tends to focus on the betterment of the candidate and often use allegory and metaphor in a dramatic presentation to illustrate these ideas and to emphasize moral and ethical behavior. Because fraternal rituals are generally fairly serious and self-reflective, the existence of gags and tricks was often a source of contention among those who thought the hijinks were welcome levity and those who thought that they were undignified and counterproductive. In most cases, the leaders of fraternal groups did not sanction these so-called side degrees, although they existed and persisted during the late 19th and early 20th centuries as unsanctioned activities that took place in many fraternal lodge rooms. The case of the modern woodmen of America is an interesting illustration of how one fraternity, at least briefly, officially sanctioned the use of such gag and even noted that their membership grew because of it, before eventually deciding to put such goats and trick chairs out to pasture. That's interesting. Hazing rituals. Very good, Heather. Thank you. You are undignified, huh? All right, let me see what else I got for you guys here. Let me go back. I'm going to hide this again. Just bear with me real quick. And we'll look at my email secretly and see what I have in there. Okay, so let's see. I got the Bubbly Waters one out. Thank you, Bubbly Waters, for that again. And her link is in the description of this video, I believe. There's the Gifty Jenn article. Okay, so this is one of the ones she was alluding to. I need a drink real quick. I'm sorry. Oh, that reading. Ah. What? I had to get my windshield wiper fluid in there. Where it suspiciously is echoes of clarity. That's funny, nothing I've asked. Okay, so serendipity. Okay, this one I'm going to have to zoom it up to be able to read it. Okay. Before you pledge, part 1. The truth is I have heavy shoulders, and I'm sorry the mic keeps going down in volume. I apologize. Doing the best I can to raise my voice. Have you ever felt the pressure of the Holy Spirit urging you to do something or say something? I have for a while now, and it's just something that I cannot escape. He has been relentless in urging me, and oh, how he has burdened my spirit with this for a long time. The problem is that I keep running from the responsibility. Every time I push this story out of sight, out of mind, the Lord convicts me of it, which is what we have in this case for many of us. Then I get on fire to share, and then fear keeps me from doing it. Yes, this is an incredibly long post, but just know that I am just barely scratching the surface of this topic today. I also plan to share more in-depth posts about what all the Lord has revealed to me about this topic. Every semester, every year, I watch my timelines fill up with young boys and girls posting their eagerness to go Greek in college. I watch countless young adults go through Rush and bid day and then initiation and so on. I see parents urging it on. I see the Christian community encouraging it. What I don't see is a Christian conversation, a conversation that should definitely be going on. I sit back and I watch, but I never say anything. Yes, that's right. I'm talking about sororities and fraternities. Over my next few posts, I want to give you irrefutable proof that these organizations are pagan in nature, occultism, and ultimately satanic. And you can't see the article, and I apologize. Where is the window? My bad. I'm sorry. So this is the post. It's Before You Pledge, part 1. I don't know a better way to say this other than just to say Greek letter organizations are totally against God and Christians. I have absolutely no business being in them. Point blank. So much so that I now can only see it through that lens. I can no longer see any good in it at all. Now, before you attack me, hear me out. She's going to do it in several posts. Hate and anger, blah, blah, blah. Not all things are easy. The few times that I have discussed this topic with people, it hasn't ended well. Blah, blah, blah. She's lost friendships. There is a huge deception and misconception surrounding the whole experience that is so well hidden that people don't even recognize it for what it is. Deception. People don't even realize the impact of what it is and why it is harmful to Christians. That is why I have to share what I know. I say epidemic purposefully. Did you know that there are over 9 million Greek members nationally? Just to put that into perspective for you, that is 3 times the population of Arkansas. If you want to see staggering statistics, check this out, and there's a link. Here, I'll put the link in the chat if you would like to vet that further. Here we go. Are you guys still following along, or should I keep going here? I'll keep rolling. Where did I leave off? Okay. In order to authenticate my words and all the information I will share with you, I think you need to know a bit about me. Blah, 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 blah. Every day I walked by huge displays of wooden Greek letters. There were so many tables surrounded by over-enthusiastic sorority girls holding neon posters, beckoning me to come see what it was all about. Every corner, now we did the drive-through Pullman on rush day, and we saw the beautiful balloons that they had and the same type of thing, the posters to draw you in. And they have a fraternity or sorority for pretty much every walk of life at these campuses. One way or another, science or pretty girl sorority, whatever it may be, they have it. Okay, so on every corner there were booths waiting to entice you in. If you have ever been to a college campus during rush, you will know what I'm talking about. Each one trying to convince you why you need to join. And the enrollment is down, so it's going to get more desperate. Words like philanthropy, lifelong friendship, family, and connections were thrown around a lot. Looking back, I understand now how that was so influential to me and how Satan used my wounded past to suck me in. Everyone at college is looking to fit in. Everyone wants to feel like they are contributing good to society. Everyone is looking for a place to belong. I was no different. I desperately wanted all of those things, especially entering that college as a transfer student, not knowing a single person. I had never felt more alone. It wasn't until I ran into a familiar face in one of my classes that I actually got super interested to join. She told me of her plans to rush, and it sparked my interest too. It wasn't long before I found my way to the frat house on campus, where I got to meet more and more people, each one telling me why they thought I should join Greek life too. It was like this strange atmosphere where they really only fit in if you belonged to one of the groups. It didn't really matter which one. You just needed to be a Greek. They were strategic in talking about certain topics just to make you want to know more. If they can get you interested enough, they know they can get you to join, and that is what they want. They talk about things that you know that you can't know in order to manipulate your curiosity. That is what worked on me. I had to know more. I got involved. My friend and I started the process. We went to all of the meetings, events, and parties. I was initiated in the following semester in 2013 and dropped soon after my initiation ceremony. My friend never did join. She dropped early in the process. Have you ever wondered what goes on behind the closed doors of a sorority and fraternity? No one really knows what goes on in them unless you are in them. I am sure you have asked people too. You probably got the same answer. Oh, I did. Oh, I can't tell you. Greeks only. So annoying, but sadly this was a driving factor for me. I was so curious I needed to know the secrets. I had to know. It almost gave me a sense of power to know. I think that it is a natural, it is natural to have questions regarding such a mysterious thing. I know I sure did. Through every step of the process, people would ask me about it. Is like, at first I felt urged to keep the secrets. I felt that I had to protect the right and the order. I have been entrusted with this sacred knowledge, so I had to protect it. I had sworn to absolute secrecy. But at the time, there was something else inside of me that knew none of this was right or good. My discernment, unknowingly at the time, was kicking in. The more I saw and experienced, the more completely freaked out I became. After I could no longer push the questions aside, I started researching. What I found was something that even as a new Christian at the time, I could not stand behind. Many of you already know that I quit college just shy of having my bachelor's, but no one really knows the full extent as to why. My experience in Greek life had a lot to do with it. I still get scolded for dropping out of college, but I know that it was the right decision. Just quitting the sorority wasn't enough for me. I knew if I stayed in college, I wouldn't be able to pull myself away from the people in the atmosphere of sin. Furthermore, I would have to explain myself to them. I knew that I was going to drop the sorority, but I couldn't face the music. At the time, I was too scared of people's opinion to ever do that. Basically, you could say that I was ashamed to know about the Lord. I was ashamed of the Lord, ashamed of the gospel. I couldn't face those people and tell them why I was really leaving. Like I mentioned before, I didn't fully know myself. He opened his eyes and everything changed. I was so scared what I had opened myself up to and what I had come into, blah, blah, blah. I was brand new to loving and mixing the Lord and blah, 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 blah. He made it so easy for me to step away from it all. But he started with the sorority. I love that I can say he made it so easy to step away from my sin because I believe it indicative of what he does. I believe that he gives everyone the option and ability to free from sin. It was too easy. Then so much of me started to change. Okay, so now you know a little bit about me. We can explore a little further. I feel confident. I will tell you about my specific sorority experience as well as my thoughts on Greek life as a whole. So if you will take the journey with me while I unwrap the package, all Greek life. Let's start with basic beginning, the history. Crucial information. The history established these things, and then Phi Beta Kappa, influence, whole life. Okay, so you are pledging. Hold on. I guess we got a thunderstorm going on. I didn't even. I thought I heard rumbling, and I'm like, somebody walking around outside. I'll open up the window here. See if we can't see outside. Some thunder and lightning. Oh. I need to stand up for a second, too. Oh, my gosh. If I don't stand up, I'm going to die. Let's see if we can't see out my window. What's going on? I'm going to put the mic down. Just bear with me. Intermission, folks. Intermission. Holy macaroni grill. Whoa. think it's a thunderstorm. Either that or somebody's running around on my roof. Oof. Okay. Yippee-ki-yay. Much better. Oh, so I just fell into the couch. Hello. Oh, all right. Give me a 1 minute intermission. I'm gonna have a cigar. Lord have mercy, boy. This is a great look into the Greek life. I tell you. I don't know. Has anybody in the chat been in a sorority or fraternity? Put a 417 in the chat if you have. That'd be interesting to know. Because nobody talks about these things. Miss Tonka, I wouldn't be surprised. It's some rolling, real loud thunder, though. Project Bluebeam. What is it called? Harp? That's funny. Okay. One more sip of windshield wiper fluid. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Rochelle, it's not just there. It's every college campus, right? So I'm waiting to see a flash of lightning. I haven't seen it. If you can hear me, barely. Maybe they're moving a truck or something outside. I don't know. Okay, that's all right. Let's continue back on the story, guys. Sorry, apologize. I'll leave my camera so you can see partially outside if we get some lightning. That'll be exciting. And let me put the mic up again in a vain attempt to keep my volume where I want it. The computer wants it is another story. Okay, here we go back. I'll try to read louder. Sorry. My eyes are getting blurry. Where was I? Cap is a blah, 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 blah. This is the dumbed down history of the Greek letter. I guess I don't need the headphones right now. Were secret societies that were inspired by the ancient Greek religion. Everything from the structure to the rituals and the myths were inherited by GLOs. Looking further into history, it's easy to find many ancient Greek religious practices can be traced further to the Egyptians, blah, blah, blah. It's all pagan in origin, evil, blah, blah, blah. You might be asking why I find that significant. Da, 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 da. That led me to my number one question in regards to this whole thing, blah, blah, blah. There is an awesome look in the biblical history. It's not exactly what is being done in the whole. Okay. And then on the internet, gosh, she'd go rambling. I can't. As a follower of Christ. Speaking of darkness, does she ever go into what happens in the sorority? We don't know. I don't see it. If I were Satan, I would trick young ladies into thinking they were doing a good deed. I would disguise the real truth with secrets and vague answers. I would entice them with elite status and secrecy. I would blind them to the truth. I would take up so much of their time that they don't have time to focus on the real one true God. I would keep them lukewarm and deceived. Especially every single aspect of Greek life is specifically designed to trick us into thinking that is a good thing when it is actually far from it. Everything is disguised, and boy, does Satan cloak it well. There is no way that I could possibly fit everything into one post. Okay, now let me back up. I don't think there is good news, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that's the first part. A lot of religious reference stuff. I don't think so. Okay, look at the unknown. Okay, these are all comments in here. So, okay, that was a... Okay. Okay, this is good. Years ago, I had some trouble with the law, and during my case, I noticed a lot of the prosecutors, judges, and police were committing unlawful misconduct, and I was subsequently sent to prison for something that I didn't do, and for a crime that actually never really took place. Wow. Anyway, fast forward years later, and many appeals, other collateral consequences resulting from the miscarriage of justice, I learned that the judges, prosecutors, and law enforcement are all part of Freemasonry, and most took the secret oaths and pledged Greek letter organizations. The Holy Spirit revealed that they were part of a satanic cult. I absolutely love this. Blah, blah, blah. Comment. All right, that's the end of it. So they're disguising these fraternities and sororities as a good thing, and I got rumbling in the background as they talk about God. Pretty creepy. And so I'm sorry if you have to turn your volume up. I'm doing my best to keep this thing where it is. It just will not cooperate. But I'm gonna read the one now. Heather, you posted something here. I'm gonna pull that up. Idaho abductions validates the need for education on human trafficking. Okay, I gotta zoom this up a little bit. It's kind of small. Can you see that okay, guys? Let me move me. Okay, so in Idaho, a young 14-year-old girl is kidnapped and in danger of what police believe was SA. Now, more than ever, it is important that we are teaching everyone ways to protect themselves and to avoid it. Where's my mouse? There we go. While anyone is at risk, blah, 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 blah. Be aware, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Abductions, huh? They don't give any specific, but reports entering between 12 and 14, and targeted ranges between 14 and 25. Survivors report entering between 12 and 14. That's interesting. Paying close attention to the following tips will help you. Be aware of your surroundings. Avoid walking alone. Trust your gut. Use social media wisely. GPS. So there's that. Okay. You had another one, I think, Heather. You had a couple more, right? There's one. Here we go. Thank you, Heather. BDP arrests suspect following human trafficking investigation. Here we go. I got to zip this up. Sorry. Ding, dong, ding. Can you hear the thunder? Let me turn the mic up real quick while it's... Listen to this. I haven't seen a single lightning strike yet. I'm just sorry if I got loud on you. Leave it there. Check. It's not going down now. I don't know why. It'll come back around, I'm sure. Okay. So Freddie McLean, 39, Dateline, Seattle, Washington. Charges: domestic violence, strangulation attempt, HT, prostitution, the whole nine. Just before 10:30, Boise police officers were dispatched to a hotel on 1000 block of Fairview Avenue in a reference to a 911 hang-up call. Officers were able to get back in contact with the calling party over the phone and determined she was a possible victim. McCain attempted to flee and was located a few blocks away and taken into custody. The victim was taken to another location for the Boise Police Department. Victim witness coordinators respond to provide resources. Further investigation by detectives, including a search warrant of the room, identified evidence of HT, and detectives also determined the suspect had hit the victim and attempted to strangle her. Very nice. The suspect was booked in Ada County Jail. Right there. All right, got one more here. No, that one I did. This one. Hey, open. Do what I say. Okay. A Idaho safe house claimed it was saving trafficking victims. Women said it was like being trafficked all over again. What? That's lovely. I gotta zip this up again. Here we go. How we doing on the audio? Sorry, I got my mouth like literally on the mic to make this. This nothing half-assed is why. If anybody can help, please do. If you don't have it, Thank you very much for watching the show. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so Amanda Carpenter, a survivor of human trafficking, worked as an assistant at the nonprofit Community Outreach Behavioral Services, COBS, in 2023, and she says she witnessed safe house residents be mistreated. 3 years ago, Paula Barthelmess, the mother of Idaho's first anti-trafficking task force, the fiery advocate. Let me see how loud I am. Okay. The fiery advocate with the ear of policymakers. The devoted social worker allowed inside police interrogation rooms, dropped by an Idaho jail visit a woman called Frankie. Frankie, on the run from her trafficker, was behind bars after she made an attempt at unaliving herself by cop. Responding to a report of a woman sobbing and crying, officers found Frankie smoking a cigarette outside a church. She had warrants for arrest. She refused to be handcuffed, finally wrestled to the ground by 4 officers. She bit one cop's knee, a felony, in hopes he would unalive her. Nice. Love it. Can I get rid of this stupid ad? Probably not. Okay. Stop. Bartholomew. Really? No. Okay. Technical difficulties to Carol Ann. Barthelmess, her blonde hair hanging to her shoulders, visited the jail to offer Frankie a way out. Barthelmess leads a nonprofit. We know that. Blah, 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 blah. And she could leave prison and go to one of her safe houses. It was the same promise Barthelmess had made dozens of other women trapped in a world of exploitation and misery, cycling between jail and trafficking. The safe house offered a chance at shelter and recovery. If Frankie went with her, she could leave her former life behind. She said, "It's going to be so great. It's going to be rough, but it's going to be good," Frankie said. Frankie believed her. Okay. Frankie, who asked to go by her street name, is a part of a growing number of ST victims identified across the country in the last decade. In 2021, reports of people being trafficked, often described as a form of slavery, in which people are forced into commercial sex work and other labor, was nearly doubled the reported number in 2015, according to the National Human Trafficking Hotline, a 24/7 phone line that maintains one of the nation's most extensive human trafficking data sets. Thank you for calling Human Trafficking Phone. And awareness of the problem has risen sharply, boosted by high-profile cases like those against disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein and more recently hip-hop mogul Sean P. Diddy. It's emerged as a critical issue for politicians on both sides of the spectrum. The Trump administration, weeks before the 2020 election, announced it was committed to combating humanity, as his administration released a national plan that included the first ever grants for safe housing for survivors. A year later, the Biden administration released an updated plan intended to address the needs of undeserved individuals, families, and communities. Unserved. The federal response includes more than 500 grants and more than $350 million managed by the Department of Justice Office for Victims of Crime to strengthen the Trafficking Victim Service Program. And that money is often directed by state and local agencies into smaller local anti-trafficking organizations like blah, 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 calling her a hero. An investigation of the program by Investigate West, however, reveals a different story. It's one that highlights a widespread lack of accountability for a growing anti-trafficking movement, wrestling with competing philosophies on how to serve victims, as a booming industry of safe, sober homes rakes in billions of dollars on the premise of helping those in need. As Cobbs gained influence in Idaho, former Cobbs employees and residents say the program recruited women into the safe houses and kept them there using manipulative tactics mirroring those of the traffickers. The residents were then drawn into a self-dealing scheme in which a for-profit counseling company
tapped into clients' Medicaid insurance. I've heard this before. And billed for services residents say they never received. Advanced clinical trauma services bring in Medicaid dollars for case management and other services. And so here they have a graph chart of the amount of money by the different services. Okay, so it goes on. Several residents say the program was overly restrictive. One former safe house resident, who goes by Jay, described living in a Cobb's safe house like this. You're told where to live, what you can sleep in, what clothes you can wear, if you can cut your hair, if you can dye your hair, if you can wear makeup. You cannot leave the house, but if you go outside the front door, you get reprimanded. You go outside the back door, and if you're doing anything besides vaping, you get reprimanded. You have to go to all these classes. They say you're not allowed to have a phone. You're not allowed to drive your own vehicle. You have to go to all the counselors they tell you to go to, all the doctors they tell you to go to. They want to keep your money. They don't give you your money or your food stamps. They hold on to everything and tell you when you can use it, what you use it on, and how you can use it. Excuse me. Bartholomew even read therapist notes from one-on-one sessions with clients, and former employees and residents say she used that information to make residents fall in line. For those who still rebelled, Cobbs would sometimes notify their probation officers or kick them out of the safe houses entirely, sending women back to the streets or jail. Jay, there on a court order, was kicked out of the safe house for saying negative things about the program, according to Bartholomew. Isolated and controlled residents were then made to do Bartholomew's bidding, including representing Cobbs at public events, sometimes sharing information about their trafficking experience with the public when they didn't feel comfortable doing so. In the last 4 years, a for-profit company linked to Cobbs has received Medicaid reimbursements totaling nearly $2.6 million, a figure that includes reimbursements for some clients who didn't stay in the house. A detailed review of Medicaid records and interviews with residents indicates that the program would routinely bill for case management services for short car rides, a practice not allowed under government regulations. That sounds like it's a fraud, a whistleblower said. Tellers has extensive experience representing those exposing fraud under the False Claims Act, a federal law that allows individuals with information about fraud to sue on the government's behalf. In interviews with Investigative West, Bartholomew said Cobbs does not force residents into treatment at any one company. She stressed that the complaints from some former residents of safe houses do not reflect the positive work that Cobbs does every day. Noting that one state received written complaints from residents and allowed Cobbs to continue operating, she declined to answer questions about potential Medicaid and grant fraud. We're doing some good stuff, she said. We're taking care of some people. Bartholomew today sits at the center of a network influence on state policy to push legislation, work with police, and lead a coalition of anti-trafficking efforts in Treasure Valley in southwest Idaho. Here she is. Paula Bartholomew. Investigative West interviewed several dozen people, including a former safe house resident and employees, current and former board members, police, and service providers who have worked with Cobbs, whistleblower attorneys, federal investigators, and national experts on issues such as trafficking, Medicaid billing, and profit governance. To verify claims about the conditions of the safe house, Investigative West reviewed formal complaints and inspection records, Medicaid billing records. Blah, 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 blah. Megan Landon, a former employee at one of these safe houses, said the survivor speaking up about the program now described Cobbs the same way she remembers it in 2021, when Landon quit because she believed Cobbs was hurting women. One of the residents she worked with was left homeless and returned to sex work before Bartholomew evicted her without a transition plan. Every client I witnessed Landon said, ended up going back to the situation they came from, or worse. In October 2022, Frankie was picked up and driven to the safe house by Bartholomew and a police escort. The last time she'd gotten out of prison in 2020, Frankie ended up being trafficked shortly after by a guy she met through a friend. He gave her rides and money, and she felt like she owed him. Before she knew it, she said he made her do things she didn't want to do. She was told she was sold for sex out of a hotel and shoved drugs down her throat if she wouldn't comply. That's who she was running from when the cops found her at the church. It's the control manipulation, and and the police a lot of times don't give you the opportunity to express what's going on, or for a situation to unveil itself and apply pressure, unneeded pressure, I feel, in a lot of situations that bring about negative results. And, I understand you want to go on to your next call and you're doing your job, but you have to take the picture in totality. It's control, manipulation, and fear, Frankie said. It's not being able to do anything outside of your own will. You're under their command, and if you move the wrong way in the trafficking world, you either get beat up or end up unalived. Frankie welcomed the idea of bringing in a truly safe house because she still feared he'd find her. But she hoped to be released from probation by January 2024 so she could leave Idaho entirely. Wow. She was under strict court orders, however, to follow and graduate the Cobb's rehabilitation program. I'm not going to go into it. In the first month, Frankie entered what staff calls the blackout period. No phone, no going out in public, no connections with society. She had to give all her things to the program. She couldn't buy her own food, and Frankie said they wouldn't let her have tarot cards for her practice of her religion, a possible violation of federal anti-discrimination laws which Cobb's receives funding for. But Frankie, along with several other residents and employees who spoke to Investigative West, said it was surprising how safe the safe houses actually seemed to be. She lived with 5 people in a 3-bedroom house, but there was no full-time supervisor. Women found ways to communicate with traffickers, or they engaged in sex work voluntarily while living at the safe house. Some used drugs. One resident in Nampa overdosed on fent and nearly unalived. With no supervisor on site, residents were unable to save her using Narcan. Frankie saw a therapist, but she said she had no choice but to use one provided by the Advanced Clinical Trauma Services, the for-profit company owned by Bartholomew. Tyler Bell. Group therapy was run by Bartholomew, too, records confirm. Within days of Frankie arriving at the safe house, the company, referred to as ACTS, started billing her Medicaid. They don't waste any time. And they had Frankie go with other residents to a local substance use recovery center on each 20-minute car ride. She was crammed in with several other residents, and ACTS would claim then $100 for targeted case management under her name, Investigative West found. Records suggesting ACTS billed the other residents in the car for case management too. In just over a year, Frankie alone brought the company roughly $25,000 from Medicaid, with $8,500 in case management reimbursements. She doesn't remember getting a real case management more than once. Bell declined to comment when asked to explain ACT's billing of Medicaid. Instead, sent a cease and desist letter to the Investigative West through his lawyer, calling the allegations false and entirely without merit. Yeah, right. Eventually, Frankie was moved to a different safe house, also run by Cobb's, with fewer restrictions. She was able to get a job, who worked as mentor, blah, 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 blah. At times, it felt like residents were forced to do work for Bartholomew. Residents say they were expected to attend meets at a gymnastics business, Gem State Gymnastics, owned by Bell. Other days, residents were expected to work at an animal farm. for therapeutic purposes, when in reality residents were shoveling manure without pay. Multiple residents say, gross. Wow. Bartholomew would get angry if the residents didn't speak to the media at event fundraisers. In September, nearly a year into Frankie's stay with Cobbs, Elizabeth Smart, the once abducted teen whose survival grabbed international headlines, came to speak at an event a short drive away from Nampa. Frankie was asked to share with the public her trafficking experience before coming to Cobbs. Frankie nervously described the horrors she experienced dating back to her childhood to hundreds of people. Afterwards, she said she stood on stage as Bartholomew accepted a check as a donation to the nonprofit. To the public, Frankie represented a Cobbs success story, but privately, Frankie felt used, manipulated, and controlled. Leaving didn't feel like an option. Residents knew that those who rebelled at the safe house were punished, kicked out on the street, or back into jail. They felt they couldn't trust the police, who Bartholomew worked with to identify trafficking victims on the street. They wouldn't trust their public defenders. One was actually on the Cobbs Board of Directors. There it is. Board of Directors, my friends. And they couldn't even trust their therapists. This is almost like being trafficked all over again. In training sessions, fundraising events, and news stories, Bartholomew presents herself as a humble yet powerful fighter of HT, the head of a scrappy, underfunded nonprofit who has managed to pioneer blah, blah, blah. A licensed social worker, she was once blah, blah, blah. Bartholomew frequently touts her partnership with law enforcement to create Idaho's first HT task force. In an interview, she repeated the notion that Cobbs provides blah, blah, lies. Cobbs said it serves dozens of victims each year. In a recent 6-month program, it housed 39 survivors. Community donations kept them going. In private, Bartholomew maintains a comfortable lifestyle. She owns a home on 10 acres valued at $1.5 million, overlooking sprawling fields southwest of Boise. She takes her family on tropical vacations, even inquiring on her last trip to Costa Rica in May about buying property. A deeper look at her family businesses reveals that the safe houses she runs bring her family much more money than she lets on. Cobbs, which was founded in 2015, has filed the annual reports the IRS required for nonprofit status. Its tax-exempt status was revoked in 2021 through Cobbs continue hold fundraisers events until its status was restored the next year. Cobbs declined to describe the tax filings for missing a year. Yet, despite Cobbs saying publicly that it offers therapy and Bartholomew signing contracts, it doesn't actually offer therapy. It's her son's for-profit acts providing those services to residents, and it's not pro bono. The for-profit company registered, it was the Secretary of State's office under the name Wells and Bell, was opened in 2020 by her son Bell and Kenneth Wells. Oh, I've heard that name before. A mental health clinician who also on the Cobbs Board of Directors. Wells said he cut off ties with both organizations in 2020 because he didn't agree with the therapeutic direction they were going. Bell currently is on the Cobbs Board, records show. One of Bartholomew's daughters is also on ACT's social worker. Here's ACT's building and Cobbs affiliation. Very strange bedfellows, right? Cobbs and ACTS have seemed to effectively operate as one entity since opening the first safe house in 2020. The companies share an office space in Meridian. On social media and in news stories, employees identify themselves as working for both companies. Blah, 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 blah. Boy, this one's long. Okay, so we get the idea there. You know, one glaring thing about this is these desperate women. The first thing they'll tell you And I don't know if you can hear that thunder or not. No, I'm down to 8 now. Okay. Don't trust the police. They don't want anything to do with the police. The police don't give them a chance to give their story. They escalate it to a unaliving by cop kind of situation. And it's disgusting. And there are female cops, and you would think that they would go against the grain, but many times you see they don't. And they are the protectors of these officers, like we had with the motorcycle kid that crashed his motorcycle, and then they beat the crap out of his brother for trying to put it in the truck. And that's sad. That's really sad. If anyone should be looking out for these women, it should be the female officers. Wow, that is stunning. Let me go back a bit. I thought I saw one more from Heath. Excuse me. The Blue Black Project sounds interesting. I need to get some food in my belly. My big fat belly. News Roundup. Oh, here we go. Okay, well, let me get a drink real quick. Where's my coffee? I got one more sip. That was a good sip. Okay. News Roundup. University DEI. Huge human trafficking revelation. Interesting. Good. DEI-loving Harvard University president resigns. But we still need a clean house here in Idaho. Harvard University president Claudine Gay, whose radicalism was put on open display during congressional hearings on campus anti-Semitism last month, has resigned. The resignation is not a huge loss for Harvard. After all, Claudine Gay is not much of a scholar. In fact, there are credible allegations of her plagiarizing entire text blocks from other scholars without attribution. So why was she hired to run? Here's the story, if it matters to you. Pornhub's parent company admits it profited from sex trafficking. Wow. Shocking but true. Pornhub's parent company recently admitted in court it has financially benefited from the exploitation of sex workers. The pornography website, which claims that porn helps empower women through sexual liberation, promoted videos from a porn channel that featured scenes of women who had been forced into performing acts without their consent. Several owners of the porn channel were convicted of HT. As a result, Pornhub's owners have agreed to pay $1.8 million fine, and they could face criminal charges for engaging in unlawful monetary transaction involving proceeds from ST. Interesting. Okay, so Ohio governor vetoes a bill that would have protected gender-confused children from irreversible body damage. Yeah, we see that coming a mile away. Early bird discounts are still available for upcoming Boise Gala with Pete Hegseth. Hurry and get your tickets, guys. Okay, let's see what this one. I've been interested in reading this one. Let me get the volume up again. See how long that lasts. Oh, I saw a flash of lightning. Okay, so apparently I'm okay. I'm gonna blow this up a little bit, guys. Thank you for staying with me, everybody. I see everybody still hanging out. Tinil Ray. Semantics are okay, right? That's the best. That's the best one I've heard all day. You can't. They're buried in the system, and there's so many things. And I said I didn't want to get into it, but when you're on probation here, or I was for weed for a year, because the Nazi cop who passed away recently, rest in peace, literally showed up to court in his black cargo pants and Nazi uniform, and insisted all this crazy shit. It was a quarter of weed, dude. Anyway, what is ST? We know that. Isn't there more? What is this article? Okay, so in Idaho, that's excellent. Isn't this more of an overseas issue? No. It doesn't happen around here, does it? Okay. We got some facts. Polaris Project. Boise area. Specifically the Treasure Valley and Boise area. The Treasure Valley is actually considered a federal high-intensity rug trafficking corridor, Area 1. And it is similarly a sex trafficking channel. Wow. See, I told you the let's say it over and over again, that ST is bringing in more money than the rugs. Is it something we should be talking about? We need to talk about this ugly issue and bring it to light. Depravity festers in darkness. And if we want to effect change or help in rescuing victims, we need to start talking about how to protect your youth in Idaho. It's time to stand up, and we won't tolerate this in our state. Well, I got news for you. It's been going on and on and on and on and on. Tennille, I'm not going to call anybody out by name, and I really want to right now. They have a name that's the same as mine. If you know my name, then you know what I'm talking about. And they might make you gack with all the anti-Semitic propaganda that they put out there and the hate. And that's all I'm going to say about it. And he needs to be shut down. You can have an opinion on something and not be a racist, man. I mean, what are you doing? You're an intelligent guy, man, and just apparently you're misled somewhere. So I just want to put that out. Let's see what Heather's got here. Way back machine, the Blue Black Project. So that's called the Blue Black Project, guys. I guess, or did I not click on the right thing? I thought I did. Let's double check. I can go back to my email if I need to. So, okay, yeah, the Blue Black Project. And now you look at this map here, and I'll hide Jenn. And I'll move me. Boy, this storm is getting closer. Just what we need, more weather. Heather, if you had another link that I missed, please post it again. Or I'll put you in jail. Wow, look at Florida. And so you have your human trafficking highway that runs along the coast there and through the desert, going up to the top there of Washington, and you can see it. You can't see my cursor, but if you follow it up the west coast, you see the diagonal line pretty much shooting right through Coeur d'Alene and Moscow and branching off, staying along the border, the northern border, and then going down to what was that, Oklahoma and Kansas down there. And then, of course, you're bringing in the majority, it looks like, Florida, Alabama coast, Georgia, North Carolina, New York City, and it looks like a very large portion of the Great Lakes area is very bad. Now you have cities like Detroit, where it's rampant and unstoppable. Philadelphia, a beautiful city, full of history, full of really, really cool, awesome people. And then you have Kensington Avenue or whatever it is, and it's a mess. And so you have an open drug market there in the middle of the city with people on that trank stuff that can't even move, and an unalived body in the middle of the sidewalk is commonplace. So I'm gonna go down to the chat here. Is Heather still with us? Heather, have you left us? Wow, this storm is getting close, y'all. Well, I had something I was going to wrap everything up with there. But what I think what I was thinking is along the lines of a lot of people have suggested that trafficking was in play here. And it's been shot down and disproven and this and that and really played down as a possibility of what happened. But when you look at the activity in the area where Arizona and Idaho are on the main line, considered the capitals of these type of things, for the West Coast anyway, I mean, you have obviously more activity, but they're coming through these states as a sort of a funnel. How could you rule that out? It's like with these fraternities and sororities, the secrecy is the most important thing. So say if you're a police detective that comes across a scene where you know the fraternity or sorority or whatever is involved, you're instantly trying to find a way to keep the zipper shut. Tighter than a dolphin's butt, okay? And so we have to look at all of the contributing factors in the area and all of the odd occurrences and stop explaining them of why they would have done this, why they put a gag order, why a police chief drove a U-Haul truck with evidence in it away from the crime scene himself, cleaned a house of all the evidence within a day, cleared local frat members who were also in relationships with the students instantly without any kind of investigation. Now, what that tells you, if there's no investigation, that tells you, A, they had evidence to prove without a doubt right then and there they know who did it and it's not these guys. Or they're covering up. There's just no middle ground, y'all. And as soon as we stop trying to explain their story, then the truth unveils itself. And it's like what Bubbly says, once you've ruled out the impossible, you're only left with the most improbable possibility. I kind of have that twisted around, but you get the idea. And so when you say there couldn't have been this, and you listen to the family say, oh, these conspiracy theories are... When somebody starts calling my theory or my viewpoint a conspiracy, then I start feeling like I'm right. I'm on the right track. And I couldn't feel stronger about the fact that, let's face it, guys, this is a 100% cover-up of something. And it appears that with the 4-county task force Cowboys coming in late in the game, that even law enforcement has difficulties penetrating the wall of secrecy that they've put up. And it's so blatantly clear and obvious. And now what we're doing, we're not saying anything, and these are all our opinions and conjecture and for entertainment purposes only. We're not saying that they sent somebody out from the Masonic Lodge and had this taken care of at all. What we're 100% doing is finding out things about orders and collaborations in the town that lend themselves to nefarious activity. Even the senators or the state representatives are calling, very silently calling out these coroners right there, saying, look, in light of recent events, there's a problem. you're not doing stuff right throughout the entire state. So at this point, you realize the downgrade in having moved the trial. Other than the jury pool's not tainted, you still have affiliations within the judicial system, within, even we've seen it in Delphi, within the people that watch the prisoners alone, and we've seen it with Epstein over and over and over again. So we can't sit here and defend these people that are supposed to be protecting us when clearly we've caught them in lies and lies and lies and lies. I'm just trying to wrap it up, Nick. I'm sorry if I'm going off, but I wanted to finish with that thought. That's because overall I feel tonight we made a lot of progress in that way. Jenn, amazing. Again, thank you again, everyone in the chat, all the stuff. And I know I didn't get to everybody, and I'm going to look at my email again and try to catch up with everything that everybody put out. Heather, thank you. You're hilarious. You're amazing. You're beautiful. You're intelligent. You make us all laugh every day. David Bird was here. We had Toes. We had Rolamato. I mean, this is a who's who. Wolf Angel, Tanel Ray. I mean, coming from thousands of miles away, just dropping all kinds of knowledge. I love that. I really do. April QT definitely dropped all kinds of, all you guys. So I can't thank you enough, because without you I wouldn't even know. Meg P, you won't let me go. But I want to finish my rant. That I feel like we all see the light now. Yeah, I mean it's an obvious fail, meanie, with the case that they've presented, all of the steps that they've taken along the way. I didn't. Who is it? Prof Live, Rolo. I didn't see that. And people have mentioned it. Is that the? People mentioned that, and then I was trying to get Robert up here to talk about what was going on in his live also. Thank you, Tino. I'm so glad you're here, and I hope not too many have lost no sleep over it. It's after 5. I don't know how long I've been on. I have not eaten. I ate once today, this earlier, and that was it. So I wanna shut it down here, and I'm sorry. So I can get something to eat and get back to my normal sleep time of 5 a.m. and wake up. Today it was nice. I woke up to Dinky's chat. That was great going on. And YT didn't ask me for the thing that happened the other day, so that was a relief. And to wrap it up in a nice bow is that we're all on the same path now. And girls like Jenn and Rochelle have put stuff out there for us, and it's like little breadcrumbs leading to Grandma's house. And Meg P, you're my what was it, Cobbs? you're keeping me in the house. The only thing I can do is go outside and vape. Wow, do you guys see those flashes going on back there? I love you, Meg P. Yeah, Rochelle, really, really, really thank you. But Jenn, once again was amazing. And I'm trying to drag it out a little bit more because I did end my last live a little abruptly because I was upset about Tell It to Ella. She wasn't. I think somehow she hid me in the chat. I can only assume because it seems like everything's fine today. So I'm very much relieved by that. She means a lot to me. Let's hope you don't have to. Yeah, well, we might find ourselves there, Rochelle. But that was a great look inside the Masonic Lodge. I don't think any of us had. Wow, my eyes look weird when I go like back like that. It's like, yeah. Keep Kane in jail. That look inside the Masonic lodge. There were so many things in this show, and I literally had here 3 tabs with 50 I could drop another hour, but I might suffer severe I mean, look, I had my shirt out the other day with my buddy, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna starve to death, and he's like, well, you sure got a long way to go. It wasn't funny. What are you laughing about? But thank you to Heather. Thank you to everyone. Kenyon Tonka was here. I want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Nothing half-assed. Definitely crack us up and bringing some great questions and info. Meanie Weenie. And also Woke Up 1984 is probably in bed now. April QT. We had a lot of it. We had Toes. I already said that. And man, somebody I hadn't seen in a while there. I don't think they're with us right now. And I think we had Unique. Typically Unique was here for a moment. So I couldn't ask if there was 50 people in my chat every day for the rest of my life, and it was this group. What would I mean? Well, when we finally finish this case one day, guys, we will. It will happen one day, I promise you. When we finally get there, and every nibble leads it. Sorry, Scott Metalhead. I got the horns high for you, brother. You're the shit. Yeah, we had a lot of receipts, that's for sure. And I'm not taking any credit. I'm not an investigator. These girls have literally put their lives into this, and all of us have. But, oh my gosh, I almost forgot. P. Fox with the wrench. And I think we had Echoes of Clarity in here earlier, and she always has something to add. So, all right, you guys, that's all I got for tonight, and I think I'll probably do my next one. What's today? Monday, maybe Thursday, Friday, along those lines. I like to do the chats every night, but I can't top a show like this. I can't. I got to give my girls time to build up stuff, and I mean, look at this. Look at how much closer we got to answers, y'all. That was, I mean, like I said, on my own, I had 150 tabs, and I try to keep all the fun stuff coming. I want the laughs and all the yucks and stuff like that, because we take this all the bubbly waters. Damn, thank you, Meg Pete, Wolf Angel, love you, awesome. Totally, dude. Hearts to all you guys. Yeah. Nanny boo boo. She's probably asleep at her computer right now, looking up some address for me, with her cat in her lap. All right. So, and like I said, I'm not an investigator at all. I've started putting these shows together. I've been with Heather and Twiz and Jenn for over a year now, I guess. Whereas if you want to learn a lot about like the STA or the DNA or the silly phone data or the car stuff, just go back and look at September, October Thought Riot broadcast, and that's where we dissected it. And I love being able to share what Heather knows, what Jenn knows, what all of you have learned along the way with us, with the world. And even if we don't come up with the answer, maybe a little piece of what we've brought to the table will get there. And I know Twiz was just like me; he was banned in every chat and kicked around like a kickball. Woo! Look at that flash. And then he showed his brilliance, and everybody loves him. I always loved him. That's my boy. But Yeah, you couldn't really ask for better friends than them. More real people. I see real people, and they are them, and all of you all are too. Like, I can say that not one of you was a bot. I can honestly say that. We had a couple surprise guests in here that dropped a one-liner. I don't know if that what's going on there. But we got April QT. It seems like it's a regular chatter, and this chat was amazing. Wow. And so I hope to see you guys back. Like I say, we'll put together another good show, and I'll have a bunch of stuff Thursday or Friday, even possibly like just another Saturday Night Live like we did last week. I enjoy those; they're a lot of fun. So I'll keep rocking, and you guys stay safe. And I hope I can make it through this thunderstorm tonight. Okay, good night, everyone. And I'm gonna try to look cool and shut it down slowly, but.